The Viscount's Revenge. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1877. Viscount Trent gave his splendid team their heads when they moved out of the built-up area. They were a new acquisition that he was very proud of. He was quite sure that every man who passed him was thinking how lucky he was to have such magnificent, well-matched horses. He was driving a chaise he had designed himself, in which he could travel a great deal faster than he had ever done before. The groom perched up behind him had difficulty in holding on to his cap. Today, the Viscount found himself in a particularly good mood, because he was, for the first time in his life, going to make a proposal of marriage. He had habitually avoided the London debutantes, who had regarded him every season with an eager eye, full of hope. He had also managed to keep well out of the reach of their ambitious mothers, who felt that they would surely be fortunate enough to capture him where a great number of their friends had failed. The Viscount would have been very stupid, which he was most certainly not, if he had not known that he was one of the most eligible bachelors in the whole of London society. Being exceedingly handsome, it was not surprising that every matrimonial trap was laid out carefully to catch him. His father, the Earl of Trentham, was known to be one of the richest men in England. His huge ancestral home in Oxfordshire was noted for one of the finest collections of paintings, furniture, and china of any other house in the whole country. The Viscount himself was an exceptionally bright young man, who had come away from Oxford University with the highest degrees possible as suitable awards for his exceptional intellect. He had travelled a great deal. Not only had he been welcomed by the ruler of every country he visited, but had brought back information for which he was congratulated by the Prime Minister and Queen Victoria. At the same time, it was most surprising that he had managed to avoid the ties of marriage. Finally, he had last decided that he would take a wife and produce, which was absolutely essential, an heir for his illustrious family. He had now found that the acclaimed beauty of the season was even more attractive than she was proclaimed to be. In fact, he believed that no one else could grace the family tiara and all the other jewellery as well as Marigold Marlow. She came from an ancient country family. It had a family tree almost as long as the Viscount's own. The only title in it had been given to Marigold's father, Lord Marlow, for the way that he had assisted the cabinet in extending the British Empire even further than it was already. Marigold Marlow had astounded the social world from the first moment she appeared as a debutante at the age of 16. That she was indeed one of the great beauties went without saying. A number of other debutantes had perfect peaches and cream complexions, but Marigold managed to assert herself by being exceedingly amusing. Young men who often found the average debutante somewhat heavy on hand found themselves laughing and enjoying every word of her wit. She was unusually witty at the expense of others. Equally, it was unusual to have a debutante who could assert herself, and who was not shy of anyone she had to meet. Actually, Marigold was christened just Mary, after her mother, who had died 10 years ago after a long and debilitating illness. But she had thought, if she was to be a sensation in the social world, Mary sounded too dull. She therefore, before she made her appearance, rechristened herself Marigold. She knew that the name itself would be unusual and cause people to notice her, and she was, in fact, determined to be noticed. She had managed to do so by wearing clothes that were somewhat unusual for a debutante, and she never had the slightest tinge of shyness about her exotic appearance wherever she went. The Viscount, at 27 years of age, found her most amusing and very different from any other young debutante in the social world. He began to look forward to the evenings when they invariably met at some smart party in London. When he asked her to dance, He was conscious of the heady fragrance of her scent, and the fact that her small hand clung to his very tightly. Because she was not at all shy, she teased him, and he found himself laughing from the moment they took to the dance floor until the moment they left it. She is unique, he thought to himself. There could be no one better than Marigold for the magnificent house and estate that had been in his family since the reign of Queen Elizabeth. The house had been added to by every generation until it was filled with fabulous treasures that were envied by every museum and connoisseur. The Viscount had been pressured by his family ever since he left Oxford to marry and have an heir, and extra heirs to be on the safe side. It may well be traditional, they all said, for the Trethansons to have only one son, but it's dangerous, very dangerous. If you had an accident or was killed in a war or anything like that, then our family would come to a dismal end. The Viscount, without being told, knew all this. He was so used to hearing it that he merely turned a deaf ear to his relatives' pleas and continued to enjoy being a bachelor. He was a very popular member of White's Club. He laughed when he was told that they were betting over which year he would be married, and if, when he did take a wife, she would be as aristocratic and distinguished as he was himself. What had always interested him more than women were his horses. As his father was so rich, he had given him his own racehorses as a present on his 21st birthday. He rode them with joy and was not at all surprised when they won one classic race after another. He was quite certain that this year he would claim the Gold Cup at Ascot, which so far had totally eluded him, despite all his efforts. But now he mused that even his horses would have to take second place if he married, as he intended to do, the most beautiful girl who had ever astounded and surprised London society. And she would certainly be the most outstanding and exquisite bride who had ever walked up the aisle on anyone's arm. What was more, she would help him to entertain the foreign visitors who came to England to pay their respects to the Queen, and to meet members of the Cabinet and the House of Lords. He was honoured to be their guest, which his father had enjoyed for some years. But he was now finding it somewhat arduous and was extremely anxious that his son should take his place. The Viscount was only too willing to do so. He knew that if he entertained the rulers of other countries, then he and his wife, when he had one, would be invited back. He was, unlike many other Englishmen, proficient at speaking foreign languages, and therefore on a state visit he would miss nothing. Lord Marlow's house was only 10 miles from the centre of London. That was very convenient when he had to spend so much of his time at No. 10 Downing Street with the Prime Minister. He also had a house in Mayfair, but he loved the country. He begrudged having to stay in London when he might be enjoying his garden and the dogs and horses that were his great joy. If Lord Marlow was at home, which the Viscount thought was unlikely, he certainly would have admired the new team of chestnuts he was driving. They were not only well-trained, but also perfectly matched, and so it passed through the Viscount's mind that Lord Marlow would surely enjoy inspecting them, and then congratulate their owner on such perfection. Then he remembered that he had to be alone with Marigold if he was to propose to her, as he fully intended to do. Last night, at a party given for the Prince of Wales by the Duchess of Devonshire, he had said, as they finished dancing, "I want to talk to you alone, Marigold. Will you be at home tomorrow afternoon?" "I will be at home," Marigold replied, "but not in London. Papa is very anxious to drive back tonight, and of course I am always ready to accompany him." "Then I will call on you tomorrow afternoon," the Viscount said. "I have something of great importance to say to you." He felt that Marigold would eye him questioningly, instead of which she laughed and made some witty remarks that made him laugh too. It was because she was so unusual that he enjoyed being with her. He told himself when he went home in the early hours of the morning that he would definitely propose to her tomorrow. He rather expected that it would be a surprise, even though quite a number of young men had already laid their hearts at her feet. Surely no one would look lovelier in the family diamonds, he told himself before he went to sleep. Lord Marlow has always been kind to me since I was a boy, and I know that he will be delighted to have me as his son-in-law. He could not help thinking that a great number of old gentlemen would feel the same when his father was so rich. After Windsor Castle, Trethanson Hall was indeed, without question, the most important house in England. When the Viscount saw the gates of Lord Marlow's house just ahead of him, he thought with a smile that this was the first time he had ever asked a woman to marry him. He was quite sure that it was something he would not regret in the future, and at least we will be able to laugh together, he reflected, which is more than I can say for the majority of women who have very little sense of humour and take their love affairs too seriously. Because he was expected, a groom was waiting to help with the horses, and to show his groom, sitting behind him, the way to the stables. "I will let you know when I'm leaving," the Viscount said as he stepped out of the chaise. "See that the horses have plenty of water." He was always very fussy about his animals, and he knew that after the fast way they had travelled, and because it was a hot day, they would be in need of a long, cool drink of water. It was unlikely that his own groom would forget, but then he never took any chances where his animals were concerned. As he walked up the steps to the front door, a butler opened it and bowed subserviently to him. "Miss Marlow is expecting your lordship," he said. "Will you come this way?" There were 2 footmen in the hall dressed in the Marlow livery that was not in any way as spectacular as that of the Trents. The butler opened the door of a room at the end of the hall and announced in stentorian tones, "Viscount Trent, Miss Marlow." The large drawing-room filled with flowers made the Viscount thought a perfect background for Marigold and her beauty. She had been sitting by the window, and when she rose the sunshine seemed to make an aura behind her that would have entranced any famous artist. She held out her hand to the Viscount, and said in her usual sparkling manner, "You are a little later than I expected, Charles, and I was just wondering if you had forgotten me." "Do you imagine that I could ever do anything so ridiculous?" the Viscount asked. "I came as quickly as I could, but I was held up by a rather boring luncheon given for the German ambassador, who was even more pompous than he usually is." Marigold, who was looking very lovely, laughed. "That is something you never are," she said. "To be honest, I loathe all pomposity." "So do I," he agreed. "Therefore, my beautiful one, I am not going to make you a formal speech, but ask you, quite simply, if you will marry me." Just for a moment, Marigold did not answer, but looked at him searchingly. "Are you really taking the plunge?" she asked. "I always understood that you were determined to remain a bachelor until you were well over 40. The Viscount laughed loudly because she had said the unexpected. "Certainly that was my intention, although I did not put it into words," he replied, "because it would have hurt my family. But I am quite certain that together we will laugh a great deal at life." Marigold gave a little giggle and made a gesture with her hand. "You will certainly look astoundingly beautiful at the opening of Parliament," the Viscount went on, "and be easily the loveliest Marchioness ever to grace Trethanson Hall." "As you will surely be the best-looking Marquis who has ever reigned there," Marigold said. "I will most definitely consider your proposal very seriously." "Consider it?" the Viscount exclaimed. "Yes, consider it," Marigold answered. "I suppose you expect me to fall at your feet and say yes at once. But actually I want to think it over. Not for a long time, only a short one." "But why?" he questioned. I don't understand." "It's quite simple, really," Marigold replied. "My father loves me, and we have been particularly close since my mother's death. I could not bear for him not to be the first to know who I give my heart to, Therefore you must wait until I have told him about your proposal, and, of course, obtain his blessing on it." The Viscount gave a short laugh. "I might have known," he said, "that you would be different from anyone else. I thought that when I finally asked a woman to be my wife, she would fling her arms round my neck and say yes immediately." "That is what I would like to do," Marigold told him, "but as I have already said, Papa must be the first to know. You know as well as I do that when you go back to London, you would be bound to tell someone that you were engaged, and that would undoubtedly be very hurtful to him." "Yet you intend to say yes?" the Viscount asked. "Now you are trying to trap me into breaking my promise to my dear Papa, and that is something you must not do." "Then just suppose you answer me with kisses," he said. Marigold laughed again and held up her hands as if to ward him off. "You must behave properly and not upset me," she protested. "Papa comes back home the day after tomorrow, when I promise you that I will give you the answer to your question." "The day after tomorrow?" he asked. "Has he gone away?" "No, but he is staying in London tonight because he is dining with the Prime Minister, and therefore will not be here until late tomorrow. I will be asleep when he arrives, and so you will have to wait until the day after, which is Wednesday, before I can give you my answer." "Really, Marigold?" he exclaimed. "You are not only the most exasperating woman I have ever met, but also the cleverest." He did not elaborate further, but he was thinking that she was well aware that he had taken quite some time in making up his mind to marry her. She was therefore paying him back by making him wait for her answer. At the same time, it was unusual, intriguing, and, in a way, fascinating. He knew instinctively that she could keep him well at arm's length until she finally surrendered herself. "I might have known," he said, "that you would be different from every other woman in the world, and it's no use my trying to change you." Quite useless," Marigold agreed. "But I do think that we will laugh a great deal, not only at life, but at ourselves." "Of course we will," the Viscount smiled. "I have arranged for tea to be served to us on the terrace," she said. "I thought you might enjoy the view." The Viscount knew that if they were outside on the terrace, which was a large one, it would be impossible for him to try and embrace her, or to do anything in the least intimate. There were 2 gardeners below. One was seeing to the fountain, and the other weeding one of the flower beds. It would be quite easy for anyone to come onto the terrace behind them without them being aware of it. So the Viscount settled himself down in one of the comfortable chairs, while Marigold poured out a cup of tea. She suggested he eat some of the delicious scones and cakes that were arranged on china plates on the lace tablecloth. "Now tell me, Charles, what have you been doing since last night?" she asked him. "I have been thinking about you," he answered her truthfully. "And, of course, I was very much looking forward to you visiting me," Marigold cooed. "I hope that is true," the Viscount replied, "but I did not expect to leave without the answer I wanted from you." "I will give you something to think about," she said, "and on Wednesday I will be waiting again as I have been waiting today." "Eagerly?" the Viscount questioned. "But of course. It's always a delight to be with you, and you invariably make me laugh." "As you make me, Marigold. In the future, we will laugh together, even if things are difficult. Then we will find them easier to combat than if we went into a tantrum or wept." Marigold grinned. "I feel quite certain that you will know how to cope with anything that life throws at us, even an explosion or an earthquake." "I hope you are not expecting either of those in our future life," the Viscount said. "I was thinking on my way down how beautiful you will look amongst all the ancestral pictures at Trenthenson Hall, and I was wondering which modern portrait painter would do you justice." Marigold did not answer. Instead, she held out her hand and offered, "Do let me give you some more tea, Charles." "I don't want any more tea," the Viscount replied. "I find this elusive mood of yours most infuriating. Marigold looked at him out of the corner of her eye. Then he said, "I want to kiss you. I want to tell you how much I love you, and to hear you say that you love me. Why must we go on pretending?" She looked away from him before she responded. "We both have many years ahead of us, but now my life is centred round Papa, and I could not bear to hurt him. As I have already told you, we have only to wait until Wednesday." The Viscount rose to his feet. "Very well," he replied, "but I assure you I will be exceedingly disappointed if, when I arrive on Wednesday, you have thought out another reason for a delay, before you give me the answer that I will have come all this long way to hear." "You must not be angry with me," Marigold said. "I am only doing what I believe is right, and if you have to wait, there are still many, many years ahead of you." "I would be happier if you said many years ahead of us," the Viscount corrected her. He walked back into the drawing-room. When she followed him, he took her hand and put it to his lips. "You are beautiful, elusive and unpredictable," he said. "Strangely enough, I love you just as you are." He kissed her hand, and his lips lingered for just a moment on her soft skin. Then, resolutely, he walked towards the door. When he reached it, he turned back. "Au revoir, my lovely one," he said. "I suppose that I can find something to interest me before I return here on Wednesday afternoon." "I will be waiting here to see you again," Marigold replied very sweetly. The Viscount looked at her. Once more she seemed to be silhouetted in gold in the bright sunshine. Then, with determination, as he had no intention of pleading with anyone, even if it was the woman he wanted to marry, he walked out of the door. A footman in the hall then handed him his hat and gloves. As another footman opened the front door for him, the Viscount saw his chaise coming from the stables, with a groom leading the horses. It struck him at once that it was so perfectly timed. It was obvious that Marigold definitely had not expected him to stay long. He had indeed expected to drive back to London very much later, and to be elated and thrilled with the knowledge that he was now an engaged man. As he picked up the reins, he reflected, "I might have known that she would be different from what I had expected." Then, as the groom bowed low to him and touched his forehead, the Viscount drove off down the long drive with oak and lime trees on either side of it. He had almost reached the gates with lodges on both sides when he saw someone step into the drive ahead of him and wave their hands. It was a woman. When he slowed down and finally came to a stop, he saw that she was young and rather pretty. She was carrying a large case in one hand, and in the other she held a small dog. She was on the side of the chaise nearest to the driving seat. As the Viscount came to a standstill, he asked her, "Can I help you?" "Will you take me with you?" the young woman pleaded. "I have to get to London, and I would be more grateful than I can possibly say if I might travel with you." The Viscount did not think of any reason why she should not do so. He therefore answered, Yes, of course. Will you get in on the other side of me?" Having heard this conversation, the groom jumped down to take the woman's case from her hand and put it into the back of the chaise beside him. Then he hurried to open the door. She slipped into the empty seat beside the Viscount and put the small dog on her lap. The groom then went back to his seat, and as they started off, the woman said, "How can I thank you for being so kind? I had to get away, and I was very much afraid that I would not be able to get a lift with anyone." "Why is it so urgent for you to go to London?" the Viscount asked. "Is someone ill?" She shook her head before she answered, No, actually, I'm running away." The Viscount turned to look at her. He had hardly seen her face as yet because she was wearing a brimmed hat that prevented him from seeing clearly. Now he realized that she was in fact only a young girl. He thought that she was 17 or 18, and from the way she spoke she was obviously well bred. He drove on a little way down the road before he asked her, Surely you were not going to London by yourself? Or do you have people waiting for you?" "I am running away, my lord," the girl answered. "And when I heard that you were coming this afternoon at tea-time, I knew that it was my chance. I had to get to London." "Running away from whom?" he inquired. "From my cousin, Marigold," was the reply. The Viscount turned to look at her in astonishment. "You are Marigold's cousin?" he asked. The girl nodded. "Yes, but actually I am the unwanted member of the family, and I cannot stand her cruelty to me and to Tweetwee any longer." She stroked the dog on her lap as she spoke. The Viscount realized that that was Tweetwee. At the same time, he was astonished at what she had just said. "Cruelty," he exclaimed. "And what do you mean by that?" "She hit me this morning with a hairbrush," the girl replied. "She kicked Tweetwee until he screamed, and I was terrified that she had injured him." If there was one thing the Viscount loathed, it was anyone who was cruel to animals. He could not believe that what this girl was saying was the truth, and almost as if she could read his thoughts, she said, "If you don't believe me, look at my cheek, and I can tell you that it's very painful." The Viscount turned his head to look at her. He saw that there was an ugly red mark against the very white skin of the girl's cheek. As he turned back to his horses, he said in a voice that seemed strange even to himself, "Are you now telling me that your cousin Marigold intentionally hit you?" "Oh, she is always hitting me, and anyone else who does not do what she wants," the girl answered. "She is so unkind to Tweetwee, who is the only one I have left of my family, and I cannot bear it any longer." The Viscount found it almost impossible to believe what he was hearing, and there were undoubtedly red marks on the girl's face, and the soft, cultured voice she was speaking in made it difficult to believe that she could be lying. They drove on for some moments in silence. Then the Viscount said, "Have you someone to stay with in London? You are surely not running away without being aware of how dangerous it could be for you?" "I'm going to find an old governess of mine," the girl replied. "She has retired, and I have her address even though I'm not certain where it is. I know, unless she has died, that she will take me in." "If you are a cousin of Marigold's, surely they will be horrified at your disappearing?" the Viscount questioned. "I don't suppose anyone that will worry about me," she answered. "Now, suppose you start at the very beginning," the Viscount said, "and tell me the whole story. Why are you unhappy, and why, if Marigold is your cousin, you are not prepared to stay with her?" The girl gave a deep sigh. Then the Viscount was aware that she held the little dog closer in her arms, as if she was protecting him as well as herself. "Let's start with your name," he suggested. "My name is Salvia Marlow," she answered him, "and my father, before he was killed, was Lord Marlow's brother." "Ah, so he is your uncle," the Viscount said. "Surely he will be very upset at you running away in this manner." "He means to be kind to me, but he is away so much he does not know about the way Marigold behaves." "I find it hard to believe that she hits you," the Viscount went on. "She hits me whenever I do anything to annoy her, which is usually every day, and she hates animals and is so cruel to Tweetwee. I am terrified that one day she will kill him." The Viscount thought that he must be dreaming. How could Marigold, who he wanted to be his wife, behave in this extraordinary manner? "Do go on with what you were telling me," he said aloud. He was thinking that the girl beside him must be deranged or perhaps hysterical. "When Papa was killed fighting with his regiment in Africa," Salvia continued, "Mamma was so unhappy that she just wasted away and I was left all alone." "So your uncle asked you to stay with them?" the Viscount asked. "He meant to be kind. He took me from our house, which of course I could not afford, to his and Marigold's home, telling me that it would be very nice for her to have a companion. But she did not want you. She dislikes women, and only likes men, Salvia said. Everything I did for her, although I tried and tried to please her, was wrong. In what way? The Viscount inquired. Oh, she expected me to mend her clothes, which I did, to wash her stockings, and things like that, but then she always wanted them different from the way I had done them with Mamma. She gave another little sigh before she went on. She disliked Twee-Twee being with me, and threw things at him if he came near to her, or kicked him, as she did this morning. He is such a little dog, and so sweet and gentle, that I was so desperately afraid that, in the end, she would kill him. I find that very hard to believe, he then remarked. Why was she angry this morning? Because she was told by someone that the Duke of Northerncliffe was not yet dead, as she hoped. The Duke of Northerncliffe? The Viscount queried. What has he to do with it? The Duke's son came to see her yesterday, and she intends to marry him if his father dies. The Viscount felt again that he must be dreaming all this. What do you mean? He asked. Oh, perhaps I should not be telling you this, my lord, Salvia said hesitatingly. She has now told the Earl that she will marry him, but she really only means to do so if his father dies and he then becomes the Duke. The Viscount drew in his breath. He did not want to hear this. He did not want to believe it. But because it fitted in with what Marigold had said to him, he had the feeling that it was in fact the truth. Go on then. Tell me exactly what she said, the Viscount ordered. Salvia gave a little grimace. I have known ever since I came to live with my cousin that she intends to be very, very important. She has told me so not once but 100 times. She would like to be a duchess, but if the Duke recovers with the treatment he is having, she will marry you. What treatment is the Duke having? The Viscount asked. Oh, he has something wrong with his heart, Salvia answered, and he has come down from the north, where I expect you know that they live, and he is in a hospital in London. He thought vaguely that he had read a piece about the Duke being ill in one of the newspapers. He knew the heir presumptive, who was the Earl of Cliff. He thought him a rather boring, plain young man, who he saw occasionally at White's Club. He could hardly believe that the woman he had chosen to become his wife preferred to marry a man older than him, who was noted as being dull and uninteresting, and whose family house and estate was in the far north of England, which had nothing particularly, as far as he had heard, to recommend it. But a duke is always a duke, a voice at the back of his brain told him in no uncertain terms. He knew that, as a Viscount, he came several steps down the social ladder in aristocratic ranking. Tell me more, he urged. I find that everything you say is hard to believe, but I am sure that you think it's the truth. It is the truth, Salvia insisted. I would not lie to you, my lord, because I have always admired your horses and been interested when they won a race and felt sure that you were kind to them. I sincerely hope so, the Viscount said. Then you would never be cruel to Twee-Twee, or to me, Salvia added. That was why, when I heard that you were driving down for tea today, I thought that it was my one chance to run away. So you believed that I was much more likely to be accommodating than anyone else, he commented. I thought, because you had wonderful horses, you would understand that anyone who kicked and hit Twee-Twee would be cruel to them if they had the chance. Marigold is very hard on the horses she rides. It had never struck the Viscount for a moment that Marigold would be anything but as charming to her horses and other animals as she was to all the men who admired her. Now he found himself thinking that if anyone was cruel to his horses or his dogs, He would never want to see them again. "As Tweetwee is the only thing I have left," Salvia was saying, "and as I have no money, I'm going to ask my old governess, Miss Dawson, if she will find me a job of some sort. I could teach children, or I could work in a shop." "I am quite certain that your uncle would be very shocked at such an idea," the Viscount remarked. "I am not certain of that," Salvia answered after a little pause. "He always does what Marigold wants, and she told him it was true that Tweetwee was spoiling the carpets and making holes in the cushions." She held her dog a little closer as she spoke. The Viscount thought it very pathetic that it was the only thing left of her family. Next he wondered what he should do with her. He felt it would be wrong to leave this girl alone in London, even if they did find the old governess she was seeking. He drove on for a while in silence. Then Salvia said, "Because you have such wonderful horses, I don't think you would be very happy if you marry Marigold." "Why would you say that?" the Viscount asked her sharply. "Because she does not love you. Papa and Mamma were so happy together, and when Papa was killed, Mamma just wasted away because she could not live without him." "You don't think Marigold will love me like that?" the Viscount questioned. He felt that it was wrong to ask such a personal question, yet because it was so important to him, he had to know the answer. "So, how can she love you?" Salvia asked, "when, if the Duke does not recover, she intends to go and marry the Earl?" "Are you sure of this?" the Viscount quizzed her. "That is why she was so angry this morning when she had sent a servant to the hospital to find out if the Duke was better or worse. He came back to say that he had had a good night's sleep and was definitely much better than he had been yesterday. Marigold was sure that he would be dead by now." She spoke simply but hesitantly, and it was difficult for the Viscount not to believe every word she was saying. Almost as if it was written in front of him in words of fire, he saw what a fool he had been to ask Marigold to marry him. If the Duke was better, then undoubtedly she would accept his proposal. He would be married to her, knowing that he was only second choice, and she would be marrying him for his money and not for himself. "I have been a fool, an utter fool," he reflected. As they drove on in silence, he was wondering if the Duke did not die, how he could escape from a marriage in which he knew now that he could never be happy. The whole scenario was now so horrifying that for a moment he could not think how he could save himself, let alone the girl sitting beside him. She was, he was certain, walking into unpredictable dangers without having any idea of how she could cope with them. They drove on. When the silence seemed almost unbearable, Salvia said in a frightened little voice, "Has it been very wrong of me to tell you the truth, my lord? Perhaps I should have lied to you and said that Marigold really loved you." "I hate being lied to," the Viscount retorted sharply. "You have done me a great favour in telling me the truth. Otherwise I would undoubtedly have made a great fool of myself." "Then please, will you not tell my cousin what I have just told you?" Salvia asked. "If you do, she will do everything she can to hurt me and make me miserable." "How can you be sure of that?" he inquired. "Because she has done it to other people. They are all frightened of her at the big house, and one man, because she threatened to expose something he had done, not only to Uncle Edward but to the police, hanged himself." "I don't believe you," the Viscount asserted. "It's true. That is why I was so frightened that she might kill Tweetwee, because she hated him." The Viscount drew in his breath. He knew that quite unsuspectingly he had stepped into a trap that it would be very difficult to escape from. He could see quite plainly that Marigold had made up her mind to be married, and there were no better titles than that of a duke with his ancestry, his possessions, and his elevated position in society. If I now save this wretched girl from Marigold's revenge, he thought, I will have to save myself from having offered her marriage. As the horses began to move along swiftly, an idea came to him, almost as if it was a message from heaven. Chapter 2. The Viscount drove on further before he turned and asked Salvia, Have you any money? There was a suspicious silence. Then Salvia said in a shy voice, I am afraid that you will be rather shocked, but all I have with me is £7. £7? The Viscount exclaimed. You see, my uncle gives me 10 shillings a week pocket money. There is little money left from the sale of the house and the furniture when my mother died, but I am only allowed to ask him for that when I want new shoes or clothes. She paused for a moment, then she said, I suppose, as I have run away, that he will not give me any of Mamma's money. I am just hoping my governess will be kind to me until I find some way of earning my living. The Viscount thought that he had never heard of anything so ridiculous, or in fact anything so unkind, on the part of her relations. In fact, they were deliberately making an orphan who had come to them for help realize that her position was a very lowly one. When he thought of the number of people his father had helped financially, he felt ashamed that anyone who called himself a gentleman could behave in such a dreadful way, especially to a miserable little girl who, through no fault of her own, was penniless. They drove on for a little while. Then he said quietly, I am prepared, if you will help me, in a way I want to be helped, to pay £2,000 to you for doing so. Salvia turned to stare at him in sheer astonishment. Then she exclaimed, I think that you're joking. I am very serious, he assured her. £2,000 would certainly help you in the future and prevent you from being a burden on anyone. But of course, it would be wonderful to have so much money, Salvia asked haltingly. But what would I have to do for it? She was so amazed at what he had suggested that she could not think of any way that she could earn such an enormous sum. She had, however, learned that women could indeed earn more money disreputably, although she was not quite certain how. Also crookedly, but that was something her mother and father would never have allowed her to do. As if he realized exactly what she was thinking, the Viscount said, Although we have not met before, I hope you will realize that I would never ask you to do anything that was wrong or dishonest. Salvia gave a sigh of relief. I'm so glad that you have said that, she replied. At the same time, what can I do to earn as much money as you have just mentioned? They drove on a little further. Then the Viscount replied, I will be truthful with you, and tell you that I am very angry indeed that your cousin Marigold should try to trick me in what I consider to be an exceedingly unfair and unpleasant manner. He knew instinctively as he finished speaking that Salvia agreed with him, but she was thinking that it would be disloyal to say so. I think you will understand, he went on, that as I am now getting on for 28, I have never asked any woman to marry me. I have been waiting until I found someone who would take my mother's place and be as good, kind, and unselfish as she was. I have heard people say very nice things about your mother, Salvia murmured. Everybody adored her, the Viscount said. One reason I have never married is because I have never found anyone as beautiful as her in looks, and who, I believe, also beautiful in her heart and soul. And now there was an angry note in his voice that Salvia did not miss. Then she said in a frightened little voice, Maybe I should not have told you about Marigold, but I thought that the way she was behaving was wrong, and you should not be deceived, my lord. You were right to tell me, the Viscount replied. I am more grateful than I can ever say for you saving me, from marrying someone who, well, does not care for me, only for my money." Again there was a bitter note in his voice. Without really thinking what she was doing, Salvia put her hand very gently on his knee. "You must not let it spoil you," she said. "It hurts you, of course it does, but you are clever and will rise above it and forget it in time." The Viscount smiled. "That is just the sort of thing that my mother would have said to me, and of course you are right. At the same time, I am in a very difficult position." "Why?" Salvia asked. "Because I have actually asked your cousin to be my wife, and if the Duke recovers, she will then tell me on Wednesday that she accepts my offer. I am then obliged by the unwritten rules of being a gentleman to marry her." Salvia gave a little cry. "But if you do marry her, I just know that she will make you unhappy. Once she is your wife, there will be nothing you can do about it." "That is just why I must not marry her, under any circumstances," the Viscount replied. "If I refuse her, you will be the only one who will understand why I am doing so, while everyone else will think, as she is so beautiful and so much admired, that I am a cad and a swine to try to take back what I have already offered her." Salvia drew in her breath. "I can understand what you are saying, and I think it is terrible for you. But—" She stopped as if she was preventing herself from saying the words that came to her lips. "Although you have not said it aloud, I agree with every word you say," the Viscount told her firmly. "So now, I am going to ask you to do something for me, which will save me from marrying your cousin, and for which, as I have already said, I am prepared to give you £2,000. He saw Salvia clench her fingers together. He knew, without her saying anything, that she was wondering what he could possibly be about to say. It was very strange, he was thinking, the way that he could read her mind. Equally, she was so small, humble, and quiet, he knew that he must be very gentle with her. "Now, I don't want to frighten you," he said, "nor do I want you to do something that you feel is wrong. But I beg you to help me, and there is only one way you can do so." "But of course, I want to help you," Salvia replied. "I will do anything that you ask of me, as long as it is not something that Mamma and Papa would disapprove of." "I think your mother would really, certainly disapprove if by refusing your help I was obliged, or rather forced, to marry your cousin Marigold," the Viscount said. Salvia was silent, and after a moment he went on. "Your father was an exceedingly brave man, and I have admired him ever since I was a small boy for the way he fought in the war which eventually killed him. In fact, he was one of my heroes." "So many people have said that about him," Salvia murmured. "I know, as he was always so straightforward and hated lies, that he would not want you to be deceived or made unhappy." "That is what I'm trying to avoid," the Viscount replied. "So let me put it to you very clearly, so that you can think it over. But if you refuse to help me, I really don't know what else I can do." "What is it you want me to do for you?" Salvia asked hesitatingly. "I think that the only way I can save myself with dignity," he said, "is if you will permit me to announce our engagement on Wednesday morning." Our engagement?" Salvia exclaimed in a puzzled tone. "What I am suggesting is that we make clear to the world that the reason I came today to visit your uncle's house, and because people talk and I imagine that quite a number of them will be aware of it, was because I wished to ask for your hand in marriage." As he said the last words, Salvia stared at him in sheer incredulity. "My hand," she stammered. I don't understand." "What I want you to do," the Viscount replied, is to make a secret pact with me that no one else will know about." He paused before he went on, as if he was thinking it all out. "We will announce our engagement in the Gazette on Wednesday, before your cousin answers the Earl. Her reply, of course, being yes or no, according to the health of his father." "But I still don't understand," Salvia said. "It's quite simple," the Viscount carried on. "We become engaged. We attend quite a number of parties, and you meet my relations. Then, when I am completely free of your cousin, we announce that we have both decided that we will not be happy together, and our engagement is therefore at an end." "Well, I'm sure that people will think it's very strange," Salvia managed to say almost beneath her breath. "But by that time they will have something else to talk about. As you are aware, your cousin, when I am not in the picture, will undoubtedly marry the Earl, whether he has to wait for his father to die or not." Once again, there was a hard note in the Viscount's voice. Then Salvia said, "I am so sorry that you have been upset by all this. It is very frightening for me, and I am sure that I will do something wrong." She drew in her breath before she added, "But of course, I will help you by pretending to be engaged, until you are free of Marigold." The way she spoke told the Viscount clearer than words that she was indeed frightened. Then he said, "Now I don't want to upset you, or to make you feel afraid. There is one person, and only one person, who will know the truth, and that is my grandmother." "You will tell her what we are doing is a lie?" Salvia asked. "I will tell her that I am seeking my revenge on a young woman, who I am sure that she will think was not worthy of bearing my name, and I will ask her to look after you, and prevent you from being frightened of what you are doing." "Maybe she will be angry and disapproving," she murmured. The Viscount shook his head. "Then you don't know my grandmother. She was a great beauty herself, and everyone adores her. I know that she is the only one who will understand what I am feeling, and be ashamed of your cousin's behaviour." "I still think that I was wrong to tell you the truth," Salvia said. "But then I had to explain to you why I was running away." "And you were absolutely right to run away," the Viscount assured her. "I have turned to you for help, but I feel sure that your mother would have helped me if she had been in the same position." Salvia's eyes brightened. "She would have found some way to help you. I know she would. Mamma never refused to help anyone." "That, of course, is why you will have to help me," the Viscount said, with a tinge of relief in his voice. "I will do so. Of course, I will do so if you want me to," Salvia sighed. "At the same time, I don't believe that anyone in the social world in which you live will believe that you really want to marry me." The Viscount smiled. "I am marrying your father's daughter, and he was a hero who everyone in England admired. You have no idea how many women wept when they heard how he had died so gallantly." Salvia did not speak, but he realized that she was listening to him intently. After a while he went on, "All you have to do is to behave as your mother would have done in similar circumstances. And, naturally, my grandmother will guide you, help you, and, I know, love you." Salvia turned to look at him again. "Do you really mean that? Perhaps she will hate me because I am helping you to tell a lie." "A lie which is to save me from being miserable for the rest of my life," the Viscount pointed out. Salvia gave a cry. "I had forgotten that for the moment. Of course, you would be miserable and unhappy. As Marigold has been so unkind to poor Tweetwee, I know that she would not allow you to have your dogs in the house." The Viscount gave a laugh that had no humour in it. "I assure you that there is not a woman alive who would prevent me from having my dogs where I want them, or my horses for that matter." "If we are pretending our engagement," Salvia said, Can I please, one day when you are not too busy, see your horses? Or you could send someone to me so that I can view them." There was a pleading in her request that made the Viscount ask, "Surely you must have been allowed to ride Lord Marlow's horses?" Salvia shook her head. "Not at all. The best ones are kept exclusively for Marigold, and those in the country are considered too large and too fast for anyone but a man. But you rode at home when you were with your father and mother." "Of course I did," Salvia replied. "It was such fun riding with them, and Papa insisted that I should learn to ride almost before I left the cradle." "And that will give us something to talk about," the Viscount remarked, "when we are left discreetly alone by those who think that we are very de trop, that we are talking to each other of love." He spoke sarcastically, and Salvia murmured, "I have told you not to be bitter. This has to be a very hurtful and horrid experience for you, but you must not let it spoil you." "How do you know it could spoil me?" he asked. "I know what you are feeling, without your telling me," Salvia replied. "I know that it has been a shock, and it makes a man feel bitter that he has been deceived. At the same time you are big enough to overcome it." She stopped speaking to look at the Viscount. Then, as if to prevent herself from touching him, she twisted her fingers together as she said, "It's just another high fence that you have to jump, and you must not let it defeat you." "I will try not to," the Viscount promised, "but I am determined to be free. I can only hope that it will be clear to your cousin on Wednesday morning that I am no longer there for the taking." "I will help you. I will do everything I can," Salvia said, "but we will have to be very good actors if no one is to be suspicious." "Exactly," the Viscount agreed. "That is why I am depending on you completely and absolutely. As I have already said, no one except my grandmother must have the slightest idea that this is just a theatrical performance." Unexpectedly, Salvia laughed. "Does that sound very funny?" the Viscount asked. "It does. Equally because I have only been to the theatre once or twice with Papa. I have always thought it would be very exciting to act the part of the heroine or the villainess. Now I think perhaps, well, I'm doing both." "You are acting the part of the heroine," he told her. "I promise you one thing. You will look the part, and no one will think for one moment that what we are doing is not real." "No, oh no, of course not. It would be terrible if anyone guessed what we were up to." "But I am more than certain that, produced by my grandmother, dressed by her and taught by her, you will be the shining star of any theatre, even Drury Lane." Salvia laughed again. "Now you are making it sound exciting, and I am not so afraid as I was when you first suggested the idea to me." "All we have to do is to convince a lot of extremely stupid people that we are genuinely in love with each other, and we will undoubtedly make your cousin very angry, but there will be nothing she can do about it." He was aware as he spoke that Salvia shivered. "Are you really intimidated by her?" he asked. "She can be very cruel, unkind, and very vindictive. If people do not do exactly what she wants them to do," Salvia replied. "There was a lady's maid to whom she was really beastly, and she dismissed her without any reference, which meant that she would never be able to get another good job." The Viscount thought that the more he heard about Marigold, the luckier he was that he had escaped. "What happened to the poor woman?" he inquired. "I gave her a reference," Salvia replied, "and it was not a direct lie, even though I knew that she would pretend, when she wanted another job, that she had been my lady's maid." "That was very kind of you, Salvia." "She was so unhappy, and it was certainly not her fault," Salvia added. "Marigold expected her to perform miracles, and she was actually very good at sewing." "So you performed a miracle for her?" "I am sure that she was very grateful." "She said She would pray every night that I would be happier than I was, Salvia answered. Perhaps now, although it's so totally unexpected, her prayers are being answered. You can tell me in 2 or 3 weeks' time if they have been or not, the Viscount told her. I'm going to take you now straight to my grandmother, who lives in St. George's Square, and I know that she will understand and look after you as I want her to do. What shall we do if she refuses? Salvia asked in an apprehensive voice. She will not do that. I have taken her my troubles and difficulties ever since I can remember. She has listened to them, and like you, she has told me that they are only a high jump, and I have to take it in style and hope for the best. I am sure that she will jump well, and will be past the winning post first, Salvia said. That is what I intend to do, the Viscount replied. Quite frankly, no one, certainly not your cousin, is going to stop me. They drove on rapidly in silence until they reached London. As they slowed down in the traffic, Salvia asked the Viscount, You don't think that your grandmother will mind my having Twee-Twee with me? My grandmother actually loves dogs as much as I love horses, the Viscount replied. I think that Twee-Twee will find her 2 Pekingese very friendly. He knew by the way Salvia's eyes lit up that she had been worrying as to whether Twee-Twee might be sent into the backyard and not allowed to go into the front of the house. Because horses and dogs had played such a big part in his own life, he could understand other people loving their animals in the same way as they loved their children or their contemporaries. He reflected now how idiotic he had been not to have realized that Marigold had never had a dog with her or even talked about them. And now he thought about it. She rode her horses, which were as spectacular as she was, in a hard manner. He had never seen her caressing or making a fuss of her mount as he always did with his. I must have been insane to think I should be happy with her, he told himself. He was still fuming with anger that he had been so easily taken in by a woman who was only interested in him because of his money. I will never be such a fool again, he determined. Then he was aware that Salvia was gazing at him. If it makes you feel bitter against the whole wide world, she said, you will have lost the race. The Viscount chuckled. You are not to read my thoughts, Salvia, and I absolutely forbid you to do so. I am sorry, but I cannot help doing it with some people, Salvia answered. It was the way I knew that Marigold hated me, because I was another young woman in the house, and she wanted to be the only one. She would never let me go to any of her parties that she gave for her special friends. I am now surprised at why I have never seen you when I went to dine at your uncle's house in London, he said. He was remembering how beautiful Marigold had looked at the table. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he had been a fool to be taken in by her, just as a great number of other men had been in the beau monde. She had indeed promoted herself so brilliantly that, like them, he had been deceived too. Now, what you have to do, he said, as they neared the centre of London, is to look beautiful, be beautiful, and so fascinating that everyone believes that I fell in love with you at first sight, but had to journey to the country to find you. Oh, you are asking too much, Salvia replied. I can only try, as I have said, to play the part of a leading actress, and if I fail, then you will have to forgive me. I will still be extremely grateful to you for helping me, the Viscount assured her. As you well know, neither of us can afford to fail. It was impossible for Salvia to reply, because at that moment they came to a halt outside the largest and most impressive house in St. George's Square. The Viscount climbed out, and then he went round to help Salvia, who was holding Twee-Twee in her arms, out of the chaise. I would love to pat your horses and thank them for bringing us here so quickly, she said, but I would expect that you would want to go in at once to see your grandmother. The door is already opening for us, the Viscount replied. Now, hold your head high, and let's hope that she has no one with her." They went up the steps. The butler at the front door bowed. "Good afternoon, my lord. Her ladyship didn't say that she was expecting you, but I'm sure that she'll be delighted to see your lordship." "Is her ladyship alone?" the Viscount asked. "Her last guest left 5 minutes ago," the butler replied. "Please, take Miss Marlow up to the housekeeper," the Viscount ordered. "I think that she would like to tidy herself after her long journey, while I talk to her ladyship. Is she in the drawing-room?" Yes, my lord. Your lordship knows the way, of course." The butler was joking, and the Viscount laughed. "I can assure you of that. Please now take Miss Marlow up to Mrs. Somerset now." Salvia guessed that this was the housekeeper, and she was not mistaken. As if she had sensed that something unusual was happening, an elderly woman appeared at the top of the stairs. "Come this way, miss," she said to Salvia. "What a pretty dog you have with you. What's his name?" "His name is Tweetwee," Salvia answered her. "He's very good and very obedient." "Well, I'm sure that he is," Mrs. Somerset remarked, "just as our dogs are the best behaved in the whole square." She spoke proudly, and Salvia thought that she was undoubtedly someone who loved animals. The Viscount entered the drawing-room, closing the door behind him. His grandmother gave a cry of delight and threw out her arms. "Charles," she exclaimed, "how very kind of you to come to see me." The Viscount crossed the room and bent and kissed his grandmother, who was sitting on the sofa. At 72 she was still beautiful, despite her age, and she had in her day been one of the great beauties of the social world. She had been thrilled when Charles was born, and had loved him ever since. The Viscount knew, as he sat down beside her, that she was the one person who would understand what he was feeling, and she would surely help him. "I have come to see you, Grandmamma," he began, "to tell you that I am in great trouble. In fact, I am standing on the brink of a burning, fiery furnace." The Dowager Countess gave a little cry. "Oh, what has happened, dearest boy? Surely she has not refused you." "Refused me? What are you talking about?" "Oh, dearest, don't pretend to me. I have thought for some time that you were rather interested in Marigold Marlow. Because she is so beautiful, she is obviously who you would want as your wife." The Viscount was staring at her. Then the Dowager Countess went on. "When I was told, when I called at Berkeley Square this morning, that you had gone to the country, well, I felt sure that you had gone to propose marriage to the dear girl. Oh, I'm guessing that you have come to tell me that she has accepted you." Because this was so unexpected, he laughed. "It's totally impossible to hide anything from you, Grandmamma," he said. "But for once, you are completely wrong, and I will tell you why." Taking his grandmother's hand in his, he told her all that had happened when he arrived at the Marlows' house in the country. How, when he had driven on down the drive, feeling perplexed and not quite understanding what had occurred, he had found Salvia. At this point in his story he paused for breath. His grandmother, who was looking puzzled, said, "Salvia? Oh, of course, she is the daughter of the brave general and that charming wife of his, oh, who I always loved. It was very kind of Lord Marlow to take her into his house, but when her mother died, oh, she had nowhere else to go." "When she stopped me at the end of the drive," the Viscount related, "she was running away." "Running away?" she cried. "So why should she do that?" "You will see a mark on her cheek where Marigold had hit her this morning with her hairbrush," he continued. "She was carrying in her arms a little dog that Marigold had kicked until Salvia thought that she had injured it." The Dowager Countess stared at him in surprise. "Can such things really be true?" she asked. "Sadly, they are very true," the Viscount confirmed. "Now let me tell you what I have learnt from Salvia. He then told his grandmother how cruel Marigold was to animals and to Salvia, and how she had run away to find a governess she had not seen for some years, and with exactly £7 in her pocket. The Dowager Countess listened attentively, without interrupting, and as he paused for breath, she said, "It's the most extraordinary story I have ever heard. How could she dare to play you off against the Duke's son in such an appalling manner?" "That is what I asked myself," the Viscount replied. "So, Grandmamma, to save myself, if the Duke recovers and Marigold accepts my proposal, I have brought Salvia here. I want you to make it possible, and accepted by the whole of the beau monde, that we are engaged to be married." "Engaged?" she exclaimed. "But you have only just met her, Charles." The Viscount nodded. "Yes, but no one need know that except you. Our engagement will be announced on Wednesday morning in the Gazette, and you are chaperoning her here. Make it clear that I am extremely lucky to find anyone so lovely, so well-dressed, and obviously the right person to take your place and Mamma's at Trenthenson Hall." For a moment the Dowager Countess stared at him, and then, quite unexpectedly, she laughed. "I just don't believe all this," she said. "You are merely inventing it to amuse me." It's true, the Viscount affirmed. "And so only you, Grandmamma, can perform miracles and make everyone believe that I have known Salvia for a long time, and I went to the country today to propose to her." The Dowager Countess laughed again. Then she put her arms up to her forehead. "I still think that this is a plot from one of those garish novelettes that the servants are always reading." "It's true, and only you can make it convincing to other people," the Viscount told her. "I have not seen the child, but as you have brought her here, I can tell you at a glance whether she is as attractive and charming as her mother, and whether what you are asking me to do is at all possible." "I have never known you to fail me, Grandmamma," the Viscount remarked, "and I don't expect that you will do so now." The Dowager Countess put out her hand to touch his cheek. "I have loved you since I first held you in my arms, after you were born," she said. "I suppose if you asked me to walk barefooted up Mont Blanc, I should do my best to oblige you. Bring the girl in so that I can see her. I only hope, dearest boy, that we are not going to make fools of ourselves." "Well, that is one thing you could never do. As you well know, Grandmamma, you are the only person to whom I can tell all my secrets, and know that they are safe as if they were locked up in the Bank of England." "I only hope that you are right," the Dowager Countess cautioned him. The Viscount rose to his feet and pulled at the bell. The door was opened a few minutes later by the butler. "If Miss Marlow has now finished tidying herself, Bates," the Viscount said, "ask her to please come down. Her ladyship is waiting to receive her." "I was just bringing a glass of champagne for your lordship," Bates said, "which I am real sure your lordship needs after such a long journey." "Your thoughts, as usual, are absolutely right," the Viscount answered. Bates offered him the champagne, which he had on a silver tray. Then he quietly left the room. The Viscount sipped the champagne slowly, and for the moment there was complete silence between him and his grandmother. Then the door opened, and Bates announced, "Miss Marlow, my lady." Upstairs, with the help of Mrs. Somerset, Salvia had taken off her hat, which was not a very becoming one, also her cape. Mrs. Somerset had brushed her hair into place for her. What the Viscount had not seen before was that she had the fair golden hair that foreigners expected of every English girl. She had large blue eyes, the colour of hyacinth, and her skin was pink and white, except for the nasty mark on her cheek. She came into the room carrying Tweetwee in her arms. There was something obviously noticeably young and attractive about her, and she looked like the spirit of spring. She looked towards the Viscount beseechingly, as if she was shy. He walked towards her, saying, "My grandmother is anxious to meet you, Salvia." He drew her towards the sofa as he spoke. The Dowager Countess gazed at her and exclaimed, "Oh, oh, you are so like your mother. I was so hoping you would be." Salvia sat down on the edge of the sofa beside her and asked, "Did you know my mother, ma'am?" "Oh, yes, indeed I did," the Dowager Countess replied. "She was a little younger than me, but we met at a great many parties when she first appeared, and was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the whole of the social world. I used to beg her to tell me about those days when she was a success," Salvia said, "but then she always wanted to talk about the time she met Papa, and how happy they were when they were married." "Oh, they were surely the happiest couple I have ever known," the Dowager Countess agreed. "And your father, oh, he was really magnificent. There was not a single man in his regiment who did not admire him and miss him when he was killed. It's wonderful to hear things like this about Papa and Mamma," Salvia smiled. She looked up at the Viscount as she spoke, and he said, "I have told my grandmother everything about us. Now she is deciding whether she will help us or not." "Of course I will help you," the Dowager Countess interrupted him. "It will not be difficult at all, now that I have seen Salvia and realized that she is so very like her dear mother." "I will never be as beautiful as my mamma," Salvia murmured, "but I will try to be as kind and understanding as she was to everyone that she met." "That is why you are being so understanding to my grandson," the Dowager Countess commented, "and he is determined that you and I must help him." "Oh, please, please help me too," Salvia answered. "I'm so frightened of doing something wrong and making things worse for us than they are already." "Now that I have seen you, I know that you will do nothing wrong, and will behave in the same way that your mother would have done," the Dowager Countess smiled. "That is just what I wanted to hear, Grandmamma," the Viscount said. "Now, I must leave you. I promised that I would dine with the Prince of Wales tonight, and he will be furious if I don't turn up or I am late." "Then hurry off," the Dowager Countess suggested. "Salvia and I will be busy tomorrow morning, but later in the day you can come to dinner." "I will be with you about 7:30, and by that time everything will be arranged for Wednesday morning," the Viscount replied. He bent and kissed his grandmother. Then he smiled at Salvia. "Now we are lined up for the race," he said, "and the first jump takes place on Wednesday morning. After that you and I have to make it a dead heat at the winning post." Salvia gave a little laugh, and then she said, "You will doubtless ride past it with flying colours, my lord, while I will follow demurely behind." "Well, I'm not sure of that," he responded, "but then it will certainly be a step in the right direction." He walked to the door as he finished speaking. Then he turned back to say, "Thank you so much, Grandmamma. You know that you have never failed me yet, and I cannot believe that you will do so now." "Most certainly not," she retorted. "I consider you to be an insolent, naughty boy for even suggesting it." The Viscount laughed. As he closed the door, they heard him still laughing all the way down the hall. Then the Dowager Countess turned towards Salvia. "We must not fail, my dear," she said, "because he believes in us." As Salvia looked at her, there was a suspicion of tears in her blue eyes. "How can you be so kind and understanding?" she asked. "You are exactly as your grandson believes you to be." Chapter 3. The following morning, the Dowager Countess sent her lady's maid to several of the most prestigious shops in Bond Street. She instructed them to bring clothes that were the smartest and naturally the most expensive to her house for a debutante. She did not say who they were for, although she felt certain that everyone would be extremely curious. There would certainly be a great deal of interest and speculation as to who was the new debutante to whom they had not sold anything already. When they arrived with large dressing cases packed to the brim with endless dresses, Salvia was speechless. She had thought that the Dowager Countess would dress her correctly to please her son, but she had not expected to have what seemed to be a huge trousseau of dresses. Each one was more beautiful in her eyes than the last. The Dowager Countess, however, turned out to be very particular. After she had tried on 3 dresses over which she had shaken her head and said they were not appropriate, Salvia began to worry that it was her fault for not looking her best in them. The one shop, which had not yet competed with the others, produced gowns that they said had come from Paris, which were very different from anyone else's. In fact, they were so lovely that Salvia thought it impossible for her ever to own even one of them. "Now, this is what I am looking for," the Dowager Countess told her. "They are certainly very becoming." "I thought you would think so, madam," the vendeuse replied. "I know it will please you to hear that they only arrived 3 days ago, and no one in London has seen any of them yet." "Then I must make certain that my protégé is first in the field," the Dowager Countess affirmed, "and I must ask you to give me the first choice of any others that arrive from Paris." The vendeuse was obviously delighted to do so. The Dowager Countess chose 3 evening gowns from the shop's collection and 2 day dresses, and her lady's maid had then been bright enough to remember that Salvia would want hats to wear with her day clothes. Although she was not aware of it, the milliner who came to the house was the most fashionable in the whole of London. In fact, he made hats for the Princess of Wales and for whichever lady had captured the prince's attention at that particular moment. When Salvia put on his hats, they transformed her from the rather dowdy young woman who had arrived from the country yesterday. Each hat seemed almost a halo for her golden hair and pretty face. Regarding her critically, the Dowager Countess felt that, while she was not an outstanding beauty like her cousin, she had the sweet, lovable face of a very, very pretty girl. There was no doubt, she thought, that after the girls in London had been flattered and made a fuss of by the men they had met at every ball and party, they lost some of their innocence and childlike beauty. There was little doubt that Salvia had been pushed into the background by her cousin, Marigold, and she had not been allowed to take part in the parties over which she reigned. In the new gowns, Salvia became almost a different girl altogether, and at the same time there was an almost childish expression on her face, especially in her eyes, that the Dowager Countess thought very touching. There was little doubt that young women became spoilt when they received too much attention and too many compliments. She could understand in a way why Marigold, with her desire to outshine her contemporaries, wished to marry an important title, regardless of the man it belonged to. The couturiers stayed in the house for nearly 3 hours. When they left, each holding a large cheque for the purchases the Dowager had made, Salvia gasped. "I cannot believe that all of this is true. How can I ever begin to thank you or pay you back for what you are spending on me, ma'am?" "Oh, I am not doing it for you, dear child," the Dowager Countess pointed out, "but for my dear grandson. I think he will be very proud when he sees just how you have now been transformed from a rather quiet young woman into an outstanding beauty." Salvia laughed. "No one would believe that," she said, "but I most certainly would not recognize myself if I saw me walking down the street. You will soon get used to it, my dear, and when everyone tells you how beautiful you are, you will believe it. When I return these lovely dresses to you and go back to being me," Salvia said, "I will know that it is all a dream, and then the sooner I find myself some employment, I will know that I have woken up to reality. The clothes are yours as long as you wish to wear them, and remember this, they are really a present from my grandson, who I love dearly and who means so much to me that I could not bear to have an unhappy marriage." "I know I should not say it," Salvia murmured, "but he would be very unhappy if he was married to my cousin Marigold." "Oh, I'm aware of that," the Dowager Countess said sharply, "but she deserves all that is coming to her. I can assure you she will not be happy with the Duke's son, even though she may delight in his title." Salvia looked surprised. "Do you know the Earl of Cliff?" she asked. "I have met him because the Duke, who is a very difficult man, was a friend of my husband. We used to go occasionally to his castle in the shooting season. I had a quick glimpse at the present heir when he called on my cousin. I thought he was rather uncouth and certainly not in the least handsome." "I have often heard that, although he is sought after in the social world," the Dowager Countess said. "He is not at all popular. But I am certain that, Duke or not, your cousin Marigold will find him very dull." Salvia was thinking that if the Viscount announced their engagement tomorrow, as he intended to do, Marigold would then have no excuse not to marry the Duke's son, whether his father was dead or still living. She was very sure that she would not be happy with him. At the same time, she could understand the Viscount feeling ashamed of his own lack of perception, in that he did not realize how different Marigold was from how she appeared. I suppose, Salvia thought, I ought not to have told him the truth. But I had to save Tweetwee and all the other defenceless animals who would have suffered terribly because she disliked them so much. Because the Dowager Countess was waiting until the next day to spring the surprise on all her relations and friends, she cancelled her engagements for the evening, and they all three dined quietly. The Viscount was astonished when he saw Salvia in one of her new gowns. She had chosen the plainest one as they were dining alone. The Dowager Countess's lady's maid had arranged her hair in a new way that was not only more fashionable, but extremely becoming. When she dressed upstairs in a gown of white that was decorated with very pale pink roses, she had added just a few extra roses at the back of her head. Salvia looked as if she had just stepped out of a picture book. In fact, when she had stared at herself in the mirror attached to her wardrobe in the bedroom, she could hardly believe that she was seeing herself. "Is it really me?" she had asked. The lady's maid had laughed. "You look real wonderful, miss, and that's how you must always look, which you most certainly will in all the new clothes her ladyship has bought for you. How can she be so clever as to find out exactly what has transformed me from an ordinary young woman into a fairy-tale princess?" Salvia asked. "You can trust her ladyship to do that," the lady's maid said. "I am sure that she'll want to know what his lordship has to say about it." The Viscount had arrived early and was drinking a glass of champagne when his grandmother joined him. "I hope you have not had too much of a tiring day, Grandmamma," he said. "I have been told that you have had most of the couturiers of Bond Street here, and you have bought Salvia a trousseau fit for the gods." "I suppose that Bates has been talking to you," his grandmother replied, "and if you are not pleased with what we have done, I think they will all burst into tears." "You have not informed them that we are playing a game?" the Viscount asked quickly. "No, of course not, you silly boy. Equally, you cannot expect the house to be invaded by half the shops in Bond Street without them being curious." "What have you told them?" he asked, lowering his voice. "I have told them," the Dowager Countess replied, "that to my great delight and joy, you have, at last, found the perfect wife, and one who is not in any way spoiled, as so many young girls are by the gaiety of Mayfair." The Viscount was listening intently to her, and she went on. "In fact, As she has first been in mourning for her famous father, and then her dear mother, she has lived very quietly in the country. That is why I have had to provide her with the clothes that she will need in London." The Dowager Countess was talking in a low voice as the Viscount had done. Now he bent forward to kiss her on the cheek. "You are so wonderful, Grandmamma, and you never make a mistake. Of course, the servants will talk, and that is exactly what I want them to do." "Have you arranged, then, for your engagement to be in the Gazette tomorrow?" the Dowager Countess asked him. The Viscount nodded. "I only wish I could see people's faces when they read it for the second time to make absolutely sure that they have not made a mistake." The Dowager Countess laughed. "Of course they will do that. Then, as you are well aware, they will be calling on you or me." "Where is Salvia, then, to first appear in all her glory tomorrow night?" the Viscount asked. "There are 2 big balls being given tomorrow," his grandmother replied. "One of them by the Duchess of Manchester, to which we are both invited, and the other by the Duchess of Bedford." The Dowager Countess paused, but the Viscount did not speak. After a moment she continued. "I thought that the Duchess of Bedford's would be a quieter party, and not filled with so many other people as the Duchess of Manchester's. As the Prince of Wales will undoubtedly be at hers, it would be wiser for us to be with the Bedfords." "Of course, yes, you're right," the Viscount agreed. He knew without her putting it into words it would be a great mistake for Salvia to appear amongst the older women who were part of the Prince of Wales's raffish set, and come into contact with whoever was his last affaire de cour. "You are so right," he said again. "The Bedfords' parties are always delightful, and, as it happens, they have a daughter coming out this season, so there will be a great number of young things present." "I thought of all that," the Dowager Countess said, "and anyway, I don't expect you will want to stay long." "Just enough to make what they have read in the newspapers real, and for them to see that the girl they have never heard of actually exists," the Viscount informed her. He was thinking, although he did not say so, that as she had led such a sheltered life until now, it would be a mistake for Salvia to feel frightened and ill at ease amongst the more sophisticated young women who were enjoying a 2nd or 3rd season. He well knew that they had been determined to capture him, although it was openly said that he intended to remain a bachelor for another 15 years or so. It was then that the door into the drawing-room opened, and Salvia came in. She was feeling shy. At the same time, her last glance in the mirror had told her just how different she looked, and how beautiful her dress was. She was carrying herself proudly with her head up, rather than creeping in as she might have wanted to do. For a moment, as the Viscount gazed at her, he was completely still. He was finding it hard to believe that what he was seeing was not part of his imagination. The Dowager Countess smiled at Salvia and held out her hand, saying, "You look lovely, my dear child, and I am sure that Charles will appreciate that your gown has Paris written all over it." "I am finding it hard to believe what I am seeing," the Viscount replied. "I can only tell you, Salvia, that you exceed my highest hopes." "Is that the truth?" Salvia asked, "or are you just being kind?" "You look wonderful," he exclaimed. "And it's all due to your grandmother," she replied. "So you must thank her for spending 3 hours turning me from a country bumpkin into someone who she hopes you will be proud of." "That is really not the expression I would use," the Viscount replied, "but I will leave it up to the other men who meet you tomorrow night to tell you how beautiful you look, and how undoubtedly there is a new beauty in the beau monde." "I only hope that you're right," Salvia said. Next, Bates announced dinner, and they went into the dining-room. It was then that the Viscount found, for the first time, that Salvia was well educated and a reader of English history. He was telling her about some improvements that he had made to his ancestral home, and he found that she was well familiar with the periods that had contributed to his collection of paintings, and she knew the names of all the artists that graced his walls as well as he knew them himself. It seemed to him extraordinary that a girl so young, who had spent all her life in the country, should be so knowledgeable. But while he was too polite to say so aloud, he was certainly thinking that, looking as she did and hearing what she could discuss, no one would take her for the country bumpkin she had appeared to be when she was living in her uncle's house. He was rather amused to notice that, although she was dressed so beautifully and did not look in the least like herself, Twee-Twee was still at her side. He had followed her into the drawing-room in case he should be left behind, and was now sitting obediently at her feet. He was well aware that, when she thought no one was watching her, she gave him little pieces of the chicken that they were finding so enjoyable for dinner. They discussed many diverse subjects. Then, as dinner was ending, the Viscount asked, "I am just wondering, Salvia, if you would like to ride with me in Rotten Row tomorrow morning." He saw her eyes light up with excitement. Then he suggested, "I have a good-looking white horse which has just joined my stable. I thought that if you rode him, we should certainly set the onlookers at Rotten Row talking, even if the Gazette has not yet come out." Salvia gave a cry of pleasure. "Oh, I would really love to. It was so like your grandmother not to forget, when those people were here selling my clothes, that I would need a riding habit. She has bought me one which is so smart and so pretty. I will almost be afraid to wear it in the country, in case it gets spattered with mud." The Viscount laughed. "It will be safe enough in Rotten Row," he told her. "I think it is a good idea we should be seen there." "What do you think, Grandmamma?" "It will most certainly give them something to talk about, especially those who have not had time to study the Gazette." "Then that is what we will do," the Viscount said. "I will call here at 8 o'clock with Snowfall, which is what the white horse is called." "Oh, I do like that name," Salvia sighed. "And I want, more than anything else, as you already know, to see round your stable." The Viscount could not help thinking that it was the first time that any woman he was interested in had wanted to see his horses. He thought that it would be amusing to see Salvia's reaction, not only to the horses he had in London, but to his racehorses and his hunters in the country. "I think," his grandmother said, as if she knew what he was thinking, "that the first thing you ought to do is to introduce Salvia to your relatives. I will ask a number of them here to tea and dinner, but those who are not so active will be very hurt if they are forgotten." "I suppose that is what we must do," the Viscount added without much enthusiasm. "It is what they expect, and so you must be realistic about this," the Dowager Countess said firmly. "To hear is to obey, Grandmamma. I suppose Salvia and I must act our parts, so that it will give them something to gossip about as soon as we have left." "Well, be careful that you say the right things, and not the wrong," his grandmother warned. As the servants then entered the room with another course, she changed the subject. The Viscount did not stay for very long after dinner, because, as Salvia had guessed, he was going on to a party that he had promised to attend a week earlier, and thought it a mistake not to appear at. "You must be very careful what you say, dearest," the Dowager Countess said. "And don't forget, tomorrow is when the bomb will go off, and they will all be wondering why you did not tell them about it tonight." "It is mostly a male party, and for older people," her grandson replied. "Therefore we will be talking about bets and horses, and doubtless a number of people's reputations, but certainly not about debutantes, or even, for that matter, marriage." "I am sure that you will be very discreet," the Dowager Countess answered. "And don't be too late, as I am certain that Salvia will be waiting at the front door at exactly 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." I am so excited at the idea of riding one of your horses in Rotten Row, Salvia enthused, that I doubt if I will sleep at all. They were, by now, alone in the drawing-room, and she added, I know it may be a bore to you, but it is very, very exciting for me, and I still think that I will wake up and find that this is all a dream. I promise you, you will not do that, he replied. Think how unpleasant it would be for me if you vanished during the night, and then I was left with nothing to do but consider whether the Duke is better or worse. Oh, you are not to think about it, Salvia admonished him, and it's all my fault if you do, because I told you what was happening. I am exceedingly grateful to you for having done so, the Viscount asserted. The Dowager Countess came back to the door. I'm going to bed, she announced. If you two want to talk quietly without being overheard, now is your chance. Tomorrow everyone will be curious about you, and you will have to be very careful what you say. The Viscount kissed her on both cheeks. You have been really marvellous, Grandmamma, as I knew that you would be. I can never thank you enough for helping me as you have always done. We are not out of the woods yet, therefore you must be incredibly careful, his grandmother replied. She kissed Salvia, saying, You look very lovely, my dear, and you are not to worry if my grandson's superb horse, Snowfall, will see you through Rotten Row. Then your new gowns will carry you into the sky for the rest of the day. And it is all due to your kindness, ma'am, Salvia smiled. The Viscount opened the door and took her to the bottom of the stairs. Good night again, Grandmamma, he said. I will not keep Salvia up very late. There was a footman in the hall, and he did not say anything more. He waited until she reached the top of the stairs, and then he waved to her. He went back into the drawing-room, where Salvia was waiting for him by the fireplace. When he joined her, he said, I promised Grandmamma that we would not be late, but I wanted to have a last word with you before the bomb really does go off tomorrow morning. You must tell me if I do anything wrong, Salvia said, as you must realize that I am very frightened in case I let you down. You have been magnificent so far, the Viscount answered. I am well aware that my grandmother is very delighted with you. She has been so wonderful, absolutely wonderful, Salvia insisted. But I do feel embarrassed that she should have spent so much money on me. Oh, there is no need to worry about that, he replied. What is even more important is that we have given her something new to think about, to plan and organize. There is nothing she enjoys more than a challenge. I only hope she will not be disappointed, Salvia said. And of course, you must tell me when you wish to be rid of me. Then I will just disappear. Oh, we will discuss it when the time comes, he said loftily. At present, we are only concerned with tomorrow, when the whole of the beau monde will be astonished and extremely curious when they open their newspapers. He paused for a moment. Then, as if he realized that what he had just said might frighten her, he added, All you have to do is to look as you look now, and smile entrancingly at everyone who congratulates you. If they ply you with too many questions, then just refer them to me. Of course they will ask me questions, Salvia said, and those of them who have been to my uncle's house, where Marigold would not allow me to be present, will find it hard to understand just why I was hidden away for so long. Well, I still think that the best thing is to say that you were in mourning for your mother, and because you loved her so much, you had no desire at first to join in any of the festivities, the Viscount answered her. Yes, of course, I can say that, and it was true, as it happened, although I would not have been invited to meet the guests even if I had wanted to. Forget all about it. It's over now. When we finally separate, it will be then that we will have to think of a good story as to why you have no wish to marry me. I think it will be very understandable if you don't wish to marry me, Salvia said. It's too far off for us even to begin discussing it, the Viscount went on. The only thing I am thankful of is that I have discovered before it is too late just what your cousin Marigold is really like. If anyone can give a good performance, well, it's her." Salvia did not speak, and he knew that she was still feeling embarrassed. Then, as Tweetwee was sitting at her feet, she picked him up and held him close in her arms. "If anyone is really grateful to you, it's Tweetwee," she said. "Everyone has made a great fuss of him, and he has had a delicious dinner. Then your butler, who told me he loves dogs, took him for a walk in the garden." "I'm looking forward to showing you my dogs," the Viscount remarked. He was surprised to realize that it was the truth. He had, in fact, thought when he was asking Salvia to save him from her cousin that he would be obliged to spend a little more time with her alone when they were not in the public eye. Now it struck him, as she was so keen on horses, it would be amusing to show her those he owned, and perhaps take her to watch a race, which he was certain to win. Then, as he saw a glint of excitement in her eyes, and knew by the lilt in her voice that she was really thrilled at the idea of doing what he had just said, he knew that he was in fact walking on dangerous ground. After all, it was only a pretend engagement, faked to dispose of Marigold. When it had first occurred to him as a way out of his potential difficulties, he had not thought of Salvia as a particularly exciting companion. She had merely been a way of escape, for which he was prepared to be grateful, but not to expend too much of his time or attention on her. And yet, now he was thinking of taking her home to Trenthenson Hall, and that would involve her in meeting a great number of people who were an essential part of his life. "I ought to have thought this out more carefully," he told himself. Then he was aware that Salvia was gazing at him, and he suspected that again she was reading his thoughts. "I promise," she said before he could speak, "not to be an encumbrance. I will keep out of your way as much as possible, if you want me to do so." "I told you not to read my thoughts," the Viscount said. "Anyway, you have translated them wrongly." "I have?" she quizzed him. "I was actually thinking that I really want to show you my horses, as I know that you will really appreciate them." "You can be quite sure of that," Salvia replied. "Papa and I sometimes used to go to horse sales when he was at home and not with the regiment. Not because we could afford to buy anything, but just to look at the horses. We had a game in which we used to guess what they would actually sell for." She smiled before she added, "I was often the winner, even though Papa knew far more about horses than I did." "It's a game that I have not played, myself," the Viscount said, "so I will be interested to know what you value my horses at when I show them to you." "I should love to do that," Salvia said. "At the same time, you don't have to show them to me. I promise you, as you have been so kind and saved me and Tweetwee, that we will keep out of your way as much as we possibly can." "I don't want you to do that, and now I am speaking the truth," the Viscount insisted. "So don't try to find an ulterior motive behind my words." He spoke quite sternly, but Salvia laughed. "I know exactly what you are feeling. But then you could not disguise the surprise on your face when I walked into the room." She gave another laugh before she added, "It's the way I wanted you to look, but I could not help feeling that anyone watching us would have known at once that you were astounded." "You certainly looked very different from how you were when I picked you up in the drive," he answered. "At the same time, I am telling the truth when I say I will be proud to introduce you tomorrow to the surprised world of gossipers who have been trying to pair me off with some woman or another ever since I left Oxford." Salvia grinned. "I have to look the part, or they would certainly lose their appreciation of you. You can thank your grandmother for dressing the act we have chosen to perform for a large audience." Now it was the Viscount who laughed. "Well, that is one way of putting it, and undoubtedly the truth. I assure you, Salvia, you will understand that once again we will have a winner." I will try to make sure of that, Salvia promised. I will pray that, when the curtain does fall, the applause is overwhelming. The Viscount smiled. Now, I must go to this party, he said. The fact that I do not confide in anyone about what is happening tomorrow will give them something else to gossip about. We don't mind them gossiping, Salvia remarked. But we must be careful that they are not too curious or too clever at finding out the truth. What we now have to convince ourselves, Salvia, is something that has been a distinct part of history since the beginning of time, and that is, if you are acting a lie, you must first convince yourself it's the truth. Otherwise you will fail, not only as an actor, but as a liar. Salvia laughed, and it was a very pretty sound. That is the most twisted piece of nonsense I have ever heard. Most people lie because they are frightened, and the rest, well, because they are wicked. I think you are in the first category, though, and therefore we need not worry ourselves, the Viscount told her. We will perform perfectly, Salvia replied, and I promise you that there are very few people who can read thoughts, and so I will try not to read yours. That is a promise, the Viscount confirmed, and one I appreciate. Equally, as it intrigues me as to why you do it, I will do my best to read yours. That is cheating, Salvia exclaimed, and is not permitted in our show. Before the Viscount could reply, she dropped him a curtsy. Good night, she said, and I hope tomorrow is not too frightening. I will admit, so you need not read my thoughts in the matter, that my heart is turning somersaults, and my pulse has obviously increased its pace. The Viscount chuckled. As she walked to the door, he thought that she did so with a grace that was so unusual in anyone so young. He turned towards the grog table to have one more drink before he left. He told himself that he had been so lucky in finding Salvia just at the right moment. Tomorrow is what matters, he surmised. Then, almost without meaning to, he lifted his glass and toasted Salvia. By what seemed almost to be a miracle, she had saved him from being forced into marriage. Upstairs in her bedroom, Salvia was thinking that the Viscount was incredibly different from what she had expected. Because she heard so much about him before they had actually met, she had imagined that he was very conceited and pleased with himself and his own elevated position. The mere fact that he was intending to marry her cousin made her feel that he must be exceedingly stupid and a very bad judge of character. Yet she did not underrate that Marigold's beauty was real, or that she was clever enough to make every man who fell at her feet think that she was indeed the goddess of charm, and kind to everyone, including them. Salvia had learned soon after she went to live with her uncle that Marigold was most undoubtedly a two-faced woman. She could make those who met her in the social world believe that she was an angel incarnate. While at home, she was almost impossible to live with. The servants hated her. Her mother had given up remonstrating with her, and when she had been ill, she had seen as little of her daughter as was possible. Only her father was deceived by her, because to him she was always charming and obedient. I love flowers, and take the greatest care that the gardeners fill my mother's bedroom with them, as well as the other rooms in the house, Salvia had heard her saying in a touching manner, and it made people believe that she was the perfect daughter to her parents. Actually, she saw very little of her father, as he was so often with the cabinet or at Windsor Castle with Queen Victoria. He had no idea that the staff was often in a turmoil after Marigold had screamed at them, while her mother had merely shut her bedroom door, not wishing to see her. Salvia was aware that when Lady Marlow died, her daughter did not shed a single tear of regret or grief. In a soft, sweet voice, she had told her father that she would look after him, and how much she loved being in his company. Her one idea in life was to be in London as much as possible. Salvia, of course, was not invited to the house in London. She was told to remain in the country and help the maids with her cousin's clothes, to answer the letters which came to her from all sorts of different people who read about her in the newspapers and admired her when they met her at Buckingham Palace and parties at which, as the beauty of the season, she was always a star. It was a life that was all very much dedicated to Marigold's pleasure. But she was well aware that, as the beauty of 2 seasons, she should, to make the story finish correctly, be married before the end of the following year. It was then that she had made up her mind that to be a duchess was the greatest title she could achieve in all of the social world. At the same time, she could not help being tempted by the endless stories of Trenthenson Hall and the treasures it contained. Also, she was completely aware that the Viscount was famous for his indifference to many beautiful girls who had tried to captivate him. Also to all their mothers, who set every matrimonial trap, only to watch him cleverly avoid them. As a duchess, she would most certainly be far more important socially, while the Viscount was a more exciting and better-looking man than the Duke's heir. "What shall I do?" Marigold had asked herself 100 times. Finally, she had decided that she would marry the Viscount, even though she had heard many times that he had no intention of taking a wife for at least another 10 years. It was then, very unexpectedly, when she had finally decided that the Viscount should be hers, that the Duke fell ill. And she was not so stupid as not to realize that to become a duchess would be to create a challenge to other debutantes, and she would undoubtedly be the talk of the social world for a long time. She was fully certain that she had the tall, handsome Viscount, who was one of the most popular young men in the beau monde, in her hands. As he had indicated not once but a dozen times that he was considering her as his wife, she felt that he had only to ask the actual question for her to walk up the aisle on his arm. But a dukedom! Granted that the castle was far away in the north of England, and the future duke was not very prepossessing. "I'll change him," she decided. "I will make him do what I want." When the Duke came south to London because of his illness, she was afraid at the last moment that he might recover, and she would merely end up a countess with the Viscount, when she could become a duchess. The Duke's heir had already made it clear that he wanted to marry her. She had merely played a little hard to get, simply because she knew that the Viscount was not only the most attractive, but her heart, which had never troubled her until now, noticeably beat a little quicker when he appeared. Then she told herself that she had to be practical. If the Duke died, and there seemed every possibility of it from what she had heard from his son, then it would be a triumphant ending to her huge success as the debutante of the year. After the Queen, she would then be one of the most distinguished peeresses at the opening of Parliament. Finally, almost as if her brain found the answer to her problem, she decided if the Duke died, she would marry the new Duke. If he survived, she would marry the Viscount. When Marigold learned that her cousin was missing, she did not at first think it at all significant. "She went out after luncheon, Miss Marigold," one of the servants told her. "She took her Pekingese with her and the case she came here with. I saw her walking down the drive and wondered where she was going." "Well, I don't suppose she's gone very far," Marigold replied without being particularly interested. "She's very likely with the vicar." He had a daughter of the same age, who Marigold despised, and had deliberately not invited her to any of her parties. But she was not surprised when her cousin made a friend of her. When she was instructed to make herself scarce by Marigold because she was entertaining an attractive young man, Salvia often went to the vicarage, and she did not return to the house until the guests had gone. The next morning, when there was no sign of her and her bed had not been slept in, The housekeeper, a rather harassed woman who was bullied by Marigold, said that she thought his lordship, when he returned from London this evening, should be told that Miss Salvia was not in the house. "Then where is she?" Marigold asked sharply. "Well, I've just no idea, miss," the housekeeper replied. "One of the garden boys said he sees her riding in a chaise, or rather he thinks it were her." "Riding in a chaise?" Marigold quizzed her. "The only chaise which came here yesterday was driven by the Viscount, and he most certainly would not be bothered by her." However, it did seem strange that there was no sign of Salvia or her horrible dog that Marigold had always disliked. By tea-time that afternoon, Marigold was wondering if perhaps she should send over to the vicarage to ask if her cousin was there. She was, however, very much more interested in learning from the servant she had sent to London as to how the Duke was. He was due back at about 6 o'clock. "If he is dead, then I will marry Bruce," Marigold told herself. "And if he is not, then when Charles comes to see me tomorrow afternoon, I may have a different answer to his proposal." The servant arrived, and on Marigold's instructions, he was shown immediately into the room where she was sitting and waiting. "You have taken longer than I expected, Jim," she said sharply. "Oh, I'm sorry, miss, but I was delayed at the mews. His lordship were late coming back from Windsor Castle, and the horses had to be attended to before I could get my own horse saddled." "That is nonsense, and you know it," Marigold said sharply. "Well, what news of his grace?" She looked at him sternly before she questioned. "You went to the hospital in the morning, and in the afternoon, as I told you?" "I did, miss, yes, but they weren't pleased at I being so curious." "What did they say this afternoon?" she inquired. "They said as how his grace had had a fairly good night, and he was still under the doctor's orders, like, to be kept quiet and rest," was the reply. Jim, who only helped in the stables, had difficulty in saying all that he had been told. In fact, all the way home he had been worried about forgetting what his mistress was keenly wanting to hear. "Is that all?" Marigold snapped. It's all they tells me, miss, yes," Jim replied. "Very well. You can go now, and I will let you know when I want you to go to London again." As Jim then hurried away, she thought that there was obviously little chance of the Duke dying, as they had expected. He might linger on for many more months, or even years. "So, I will marry Charles," she decided, "and when I tell him so tomorrow afternoon, I know he will feel that I am a gift from the gods, and he is the luckiest man in the world." Then she started to plan in her mind how she would alter Trentham Hall. Undoubtedly her wedding would be the largest and most fashionable of the whole season. Her bird in the hand, she now told herself, somewhat sarcastically, is worth 2 in the bush, especially when it is ailing and might very easily stay in the bush for a long time. Chapter 4. When Salvia was mounted on Snowfall, she looked sensational. The Viscount was absolutely certain that everyone in Rotten Row would be astounded when she appeared, and he was quite right. Because he was well known, there were a number of people on horses who greeted him as he rode in through the gates and on to Rotten Row. "Good morning, Charles," one of them shouted out. "We thought we would see you here today." "As I expected to see you," he replied. The man rode up to him, and the Viscount realized with some amusement that his eyes were not on him, but on Salvia. From then on, there was no doubt that practically everyone in Rotten Row was interested in the newcomer, who they had never seen before, accompanied, of course, by someone as popular as the Viscount himself. He deliberately did not stay to talk, but rode off on Rotten Row and let his horses have their heads. He then turned and galloped back again. He was well aware, as he did so, that a number of his friends were talking to each other, and from the expression in their eyes when he reappeared, they were talking about him. "I thought it would make them rather curious," he told himself with a degree of satisfaction. He deliberately did not introduce Salvia to anyone, but rode on out of Rotten Row an hour after he had left his house. Back there, the newspapers had already arrived. Without waiting to ask Hudson where they were, he went at once to the study, where they were laid out on the stool in front of the fireplace. Although he had not told Salvia to follow him, she did so, and as he picked up the Gazette, she knew what he was looking for. With a smile on his lips, he passed the newspaper over to her. There it was, written clearly. The marriage has been announced today between Viscount Charles Trent, the son of the 16th Earl of Trenthenson, and Miss Salvia Marlow, the niece of Lord Marlow and daughter of the late General Marlow. Under the announcement, there were their London addresses as well as their country ones. The Viscount thought that there would now be an avalanche of letters at both houses. Salvia read what was in the newspaper, and then she put it down very slowly. "You must be very pleased and excited by what you have just read," the Viscount teased her. "I was just thinking that it is unlikely to tell lies," Salvia replied. "I am only hoping that God will not punish us for doing it." "I feel sure," the Viscount remarked, "that he is far too busy coping with the real sinners, so we will get by unnoticed." "I hope you are right," Salvia muttered. He had the feeling that, although she spoke lightly, inside herself she was seriously worried, because they were telling a lie, even though it was also a saving grace as far as he was concerned. "What we have to do now," he said, "is to enjoy our breakfast. Then I suspect that some of my relatives who are in London will be calling on Grandmamma." Salvia gave a little sigh, but did not say anything. They walked into the breakfast room. Despite her feelings of anxiety in case she should do anything wrong, Salvia was hungry. They both ate the dishes that were waiting for them on the sideboard before either of them spoke. Then the Viscount had an idea. "As I am feeling sure that you would wish to put off meeting my relatives for as long as possible," he said, "what I suggest we do is to go for a drive." "Oh, I would love to do that," Salvia answered. "I would like more than anything to drive along the side of the River Thames." "That is exactly what we will do, Salvia. What is more, you will see the yacht I bought recently, in which I intend to disappear abroad if events ever become too unpleasant at home." He was thinking, as he spoke, that this was not true. What he had really bought the yacht for was to take his bride on a comfortable honeymoon without having to travel in a crowded ship or, what he really disliked more, an overcrowded train. He had visualized that he would visit a number of countries where he was known, and all his foreign friends would be delighted to meet his beautiful wife. But he was quite certain that, like most women, she would dislike being at sea. She would be endlessly complaining that travelling gave her a headache, or she found the accommodation when they finally arrived, if it was at a hotel, uncomfortable and unpleasant. To his surprise, Salvia piped up. "A yacht? Oh, how wonderful! Oh, please, may I see it? I have always wanted to see one of the yachts that I have read about, and had hoped that one day Papa would take me on a voyage in one. Of course you will see my yacht, which is called the Mermaid, and I defy anyone to own one that is more up to date." "Then please, let's leave as quickly as possible," she pleaded. "Otherwise, when, if your relatives do arrive, they will doubtless talk, and we will never be able to get away." "Well, you are absolutely right about that," the Viscount agreed at once. "So, hurry, change." Salvia left the room almost before he had finished speaking. He thought to himself that few women would be so interested in a yacht, and, in fact, only a few of his friends had seen his new one. He ordered a chaise to be brought round to the front of the house, and they set off 20 minutes later. The chaise was drawn by a different team from the one that had brought them to London yesterday. They were black, with just touches of white on them. Salvia was delighted at the sight of them. "Oh, they are pretty," she said. "At the same time so smart. You are so clever to have found them." "I thought that myself. I just managed to buy them before they were put up for sale at Tattersall's, when I would doubtless have had to pay more than I actually did." "You are so astute with your horses," Salvia said. "Please be kind enough to show me your racehorses before I disappear back into oblivion." The Viscount laughed. "Is that what you are intending to do?" he asked. "I think it would be very difficult after you have conquered London by being so beautiful and entrancing." "Now you are frightening me," Salvia complained. "I am terrified in case I don't live up to your expectations. Unless you watch me very carefully, I am certain to do the wrong thing." "I am quite sure that everything you do will be right and delightful," he said. "Now, as we have escaped, don't worry about it, but just enjoy driving behind my horses and viewing my yacht." Her eyes twinkled as she inquired unexpectedly, "Have you ever asked yourself how lucky you are to be able to afford these superb horses, when most people can hardly afford one rather decrepit old nag?" "Not the people I know," the Viscount countered. "I know that your father had several good horses, so there is no good reason for you to be so impressed by mine." "Papa always said when he was very young that he had very little money to spend, but he had one horse he loved more than anything else he ever owned. He looked after himself." "Now I can understand why you ride so well," the Viscount said. "It is inherited. I am quite certain that if you marry and have any children, they will love horses as you do." "It will be very exciting to teach them to ride as soon as they can climb onto a pony," Salvia replied. She spoke dreamily, and the Viscount realized that was what he wanted himself. Of course, he should have had an heir by this time, according to his family and their constant nagging. But he had never thought, when he was fighting for his freedom, that it could be so exciting to teach his son to ride, and later to be as good a shot as he was himself. They reached the River Thames, and as they drove along the embankment, Salvia was looking excitedly at the large array of ships moving up and down the river. The Viscount thought it very strange that she was so interested in ships, as he had always been himself, and he remembered Marigold saying once that she loathed the sea and felt seasick when even she saw a yacht, let alone go inside one. As he thought about it, he had the strangest feeling that she was hating and screaming violent abuse at him. Then he told himself that he was being ridiculous, but it was a mistake to think about her. In fact, it would be so much better if the Duke was now dead, and she could then marry the heir and become a duchess as she always desired. Then Salvia turned to say to him, "You are looking rather worried. Is there something upsetting you, or have I done something wrong?" The Viscount smiled. "You are just imagining it. I am extremely happy to have you here, and I am sure that we are going to enjoy the morning, whatever happens in the afternoon." He knew, however, by the way she looked at him and said nothing, that she did not believe him. She is far too perceptive to be deceived, he told himself. He suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling that she would know the truth, whatever he said in words. Then he felt again that he was just being ridiculous. He would be a fool if he was upset if a young girl of Salvia's age knew too much about him. It was at that moment that Marigold opened the Gazette and saw the announcement of his engagement. She could not believe her eyes. Then, as she read through the announcement again, she screamed out in anger. How was it possible that the Viscount could behave towards her in such an unpleasant and horrible way, when she had already been convinced in her mind that she should finally marry him? At the same time, she knew that every gossip in the beau monde would now be gazing with amazement at the Gazette, asking what had happened, that the Viscount was engaged to someone they had not even noticed, and had not been introduced to. Of course, they knew Lord Marlow by name, also the fact that he played an important part in the political world, although most of them were aware that he had a daughter, The great hostess and other ladies of quality had not come into contact with Salvia. Therefore, as far as the social world was concerned, she did not exist. Marigold could well imagine the excitement that the Viscount's engagement would cause. At the same time, everyone would say to themselves and to their friends that they always understood that the beautiful and much talked about the Honourable Marigold Marlow would undoubtedly make a great marriage. Who better than to the heir to Trenthenson Hall? All the same, Salvia Marlow was a very different kettle of fish. She must, they thought, be a relation of Marigold's, and, with some difficulty, a few remembered her father, the general, who had been killed in Europe, after which his wife and daughter had never appeared again in London. How was it possible, Marigold asked herself, that her horrid cousin, whom she had always resented living in her home, had managed to even meet the Viscount? She had always made it perfectly clear to her that she must stay quietly in the background and not bore her friends. After all, her cousin had no money, and it was very kind of her father to take her in, even though she was his niece. And then there were no words with which she could express her horror and her anger at the Viscount marrying Salvia after he had proposed to her. "I will kill him for doing this," she said to herself. "If I had the chance, I would kill Salvia too." It was the exaggerated way that she spoke to herself when she was really angry, and occasionally when she lost her temper in front of the servants, she spoke in the same way. Now, because she was alone in the sitting room, she stamped her high-heeled shoes on the newspaper lying on the floor. She was wishing fervently that she could stamp on Salvia in the same way. Then she must have met him behind my back, she thought. Perhaps she waited for him when he left me, or perhaps in some crafty way of her own she managed to go to London and make his acquaintance there. She felt that this was impossible, however, because unless she could obtain a lift in one of the vans used by a shop, there was no way that she could get to London. She could have asked her father if she could have a lift in his carriage, or perhaps ordered one from the grooms. Marigold, however, was quite certain that she had not done either of those things. Yet somehow her dreadful cousin had managed to meet the Viscount and become engaged to him. She stormed up and down the room in her anger, waving her arms and wishing that she could hit both Salvia and her horrible Pekingese Twee-Twee with something very hard. And I should have thrown them out when they first came here, she thought maliciously. It was appalling to realize that Salvia would now be married before her and become a viscountess. As soon as Charles's father died, she would be the countess and the mistress of one of the most magnificent houses in the whole of England. I hate her. I hate her, Marigold cried out. I hate Charles too. They have just done this to spite me, and one day I will make them sorry for it. She was not quite sure how she would do this, but she felt even more rage swirling up inside her. She only wished that she could beat them or fire a gun at them, anything to make them suffer as they were making her suffer. On the embankment, the Viscount found his yacht anchored some way beyond the Houses of Parliament. A sailor on guard must have seen the horses appearing, and hurried to tell the captain that the Viscount was visiting them. He was therefore waiting when they drew up outside where the Mermaid was anchored. The Viscount and Salvia were piped aboard. The captain had obviously not read the Gazette, and so he looked exceedingly surprised when the Viscount introduced Salvia as his fiancée. "Many congratulations, my lord," he said at once. "I hope you'll find great happiness." "Oh, I'm sure that we will," the Viscount replied lightly, "and we will be coming aboard the Mermaid later. My fiancée is particularly keen to see the yacht and all the new improvements we have added." The captain was only too willing to be a guide, and Salvia was taken first into the saloon and then below to see the comfortable and up-to-date cabins. "I have run out of words," Salvia said half an hour later. And I cannot think of anything more I could say to congratulate you on what I am certain is the smartest and most outstanding yacht that anyone in England has ever owned. Now you are saying exactly what I would want you to say, the Viscount said. I can assure you that I sat up late many nights and studied all sorts of different plans and reports before finally the mermaid was completed. She is wonderful. Wonderful, Salvia exclaimed. Anyone from a king downwards would be pleased to own her. The Viscount smiled. He was quite certain that most women would have been worrying that they might be sick if they went to sea, and they would also find, with the exception of the master suite, that the cabins were too small and claustrophobic, and there would be no room in the fitted cupboards for all their elegant clothes. Salvia was not only thrilled with all the cabins, but with the yacht's library. As I expected to go on long trips on this yacht, he told her, I was determined to be interested and amused. Therefore you will see on board the latest books available at the moment. I have also made room for the library to be added to. You think of everything, Salvia exclaimed, and it's very, very clever of you. Of course I think the saloon is exceedingly pretty in the way you have upholstered it. I love the pictures of ships which you have there, and also in the master cabin. I took them out of the picture gallery at home, the Viscount told her. I think if I lose them, or we are sunk at sea, I am in real trouble. I'm sure you will be, Salvia said, seeing how old they are. So you must take extra care that no one can steal them. That is something I've not thought of, he replied. I will certainly have them hammered down more carefully, and make sure that there is no chance of anyone creeping on board when the crew are asleep and then taking them away. It would be a tragedy to lose them, Salvia agreed. It was very kind of your father to let you have them. The Viscount laughed. Then he said, I have made certain that my father is unaware of his generosity. He would undoubtedly have refused to let me have them if I had asked politely if I could do so. I can understand that your father does not want to spoil or deplete his library in any way, which I have been told is one of the finest and largest to be owned privately. How did you find that out? He asked her with amusement. Salvia looked away from him, and there was a faint blush on her cheeks. Tell me, he insisted, because he was curious. It may seem very strange to you, Salvia said, but because I was not allowed by Marigold to meet any of her friends, I read about them in the history books if they were mentioned in them, and your family and your marvellous house goes back for centuries. I have read everything I could find about it. The only answer to that, he said, is that I must show it to you as soon as I can. Anyway, it is what everyone will expect. Salvia gave a little sigh. It is what I should enjoy, but at the same time it's rather cheating. Oh, you must not think of it like that, he said. Just think that what you are doing for me is saving me from being tied to your cousin for life, and knowing that she would always feel somewhat ashamed of me because I am not a duke. Salvia laughed. That is ridiculous. Of course it is, he replied. But you know as well as I do that it's the truth. Marigold wants to be a duchess, and undoubtedly, now I am unavailable, she will be one even if she has to wait for a year or two before she can actually be called your grace. I do hope it's not as long as that, Salvia said. Why? The Viscount inquired. Salvia hesitated. He thought that she was not going to answer the question. Then she said in a low voice, You must realize that Marigold will be very angry with you and me. In fact, she will hate us so much that I am afraid of what she might do. Nonsense, he retorted. She can do nothing to upset us now. You will be quite safe with my grandmother, and she is a very sensible woman, and I can, I promise you, look after myself. I don't think you understand that if Marigold hates someone, she wants to hurt them in some way or another. Salvia paused for a moment, then she continued, She might prevent your horse winning at Ascot, or she might do something vicious to you, as she surely will to me." "Nonsense," he said. "I don't believe a word of it. You are talking as if we are living in the Middle Ages. Today, revenge is very difficult even in France, where they still fight duels from time to time." Salvia did not answer him. They had been moving away from the library while they had been talking, and were now climbing up onto the deck. As they went into the sunshine, the Viscount told her, "You are not to be frightened, Salvia. I promise I will look after you, and protect you from Marigold. But I assure you that there is nothing she can do now, and the less we see of her, the better." Salvia did not answer. She merely leaned over the railings, gazing at the Thames and the ships moving on it. She looked very lovely as she did so. It then occurred to the Viscount that as Salvia had been alone and no one had paid any attention to her, she had either read a lot of books where people behaved in an extraordinary fashion, or else, as was rather more likely, her imagination had increased and run away with her. He was quite certain that, however much Marigold might hate him for the step he had taken and want to hurt Salvia because she herself was hurt, there was nothing she could really do about it. Having been over the whole yacht, because the chef was so anxious for them to do so, they stayed for luncheon. He cooked a really excellent meal that they both enjoyed enormously. Then they said their goodbyes to the captain, and the Viscount promised that he would give him orders of where he wished to go in a very short time. They drove back to Grosvenor Square, and as they walked in, Hudson told the Viscount, "There's been a great many calls for you, my lord, all wanting to congratulate you on your engagement, and I think there would have been a lot of invitations for you to dine with them tonight, if I had not told them your lordship and Miss Marlow were already dining out." "Dining out?" he asked. "Who with?" "Her ladyship sent through a message to say that Miss Marlow was to be back by 5:30, as she and your lordship are dining with the Prince of Wales." Well, that's good news at any rate," the Viscount said, looking at Salvia. "I am not frightened if you're not," she insisted. "I am sure that I will do the wrong thing, or curtsy in the wrong way. Oh, and people will be astonished that you are marrying me instead of— oh—" She was about to say her cousin's name when she was aware that Hudson was listening. She therefore added rather lamely, "Someone more used to royalty than me." "You will soon learn the form," the Viscount said. "Actually, the Prince has always been a very good friend to me, and I am delighted that your first evening out with me should be at Marlborough House." Salvia did not reply to him, but he knew that she was nervous and rather shy. He thought it attractive and very different from the way other women would have been. They would not have been very thrilled to visit Marlborough House, but determined to make everyone else jealous because they were the Prince's guest. "You must tell me," she insisted, "exactly how I must behave. I am not to speak before I am spoken to, and that I always say, 'Your Royal Highness' instead of 'you.'" "If you know that much already," he replied, "then you don't need me to instruct you." "Of course I do," Salvia said. "I don't want to make a lot of mistakes, and have people saying what a pity it is that you have become engaged to such an ill-behaved and tiresome young woman. I am certain that no one will say that about you. Now, I intend to drive you home, otherwise I will not have time to put on my best bib and tucker. It is only due to the kindness of your grandmother that at least I will not look as if I am just out of the gutter," Salvia told him. "The dresses she has chosen for me are absolutely lovely. I know that she will be very upset if you are not impressed by them." "I am certain you will look beautiful in anything," the Viscount answered. "But then, tonight is a very special occasion, so wear the best that Grandmamma has found, and you can hold your head high." When he picked up his grandmother and Salvia in St. George's Square, he knew that no one would outshine them at the Prince's party. His grandmother was wearing a magnificent tiara that had been handed down in the Trenthenson family for the last 200 years. It looked more like a crown than a tiara, and her glorious necklace and earrings were, Salvia thought, almost as dazzling. Although she was wearing very little jewellery, as was correct for a young girl, her dress had Paris written all over it, and was, in fact, quite the prettiest gown that she had ever seen. All the flowers on it glittered with endless diamanti that looked like raindrops. The Viscount's grandmother gave her 2 beautiful diamond stars to wear in her hair. "As you are so young," the Dowager Countess said, "you are only allowed 1 single string of pearls. But they are very beautiful ones, and there is a bracelet to match that is simple but very pretty." "They are lovely, very lovely," Salvia exclaimed. "You are so kind to lend me these beautiful jewels. I am only afraid of losing them." "Oh, you are not to be afraid of anything tonight," the Dowager Countess told her. "Not even of the prince, when he pays you exaggerated compliments, which undoubtedly he will." "What do I say if he does?" Salvia asked. "You blush, you look down, and murmur something appropriate like, 'How kind you are, sir,' or, 'Of course I want to believe, your Royal Highness.'" Salvia laughed. "Is that what everyone else says to him?" she asked. "Not everyone, my dear," the Dowager Countess replied, "but it is the way I replied when I was young to the very dashing gentlemen of the time. They always thought it was delightful and charming of me." Salvia laughed again. "I asked your grandson to tell me what I should do, but I soon realized that he did not really know the answers. But you are a great help, ma'am, and thank you for being so kind to me." "But you are a very beautiful young woman," the Dowager Countess remarked. "I know one day you will fall in love with someone, and I hope live happily ever after, as I did with my beloved husband." "That is what I want," Salvia said. "I have always thought that to be in love as Papa and Mamma were, who were always content to be with each other, was all really what one wanted in life. Money does not matter. Titles do not matter. It is love that really counts." "Yes, my dear child, of course it is," the Dowager Countess agreed. "That is what you must search for, and never, never be deceived in any way by what is false or a pretense." "I will hope not to be," Salvia said. "But you can understand that I am very apprehensive of the social world, simply because I have never been involved in it before now. Although everything seems so exciting, it is all somewhat overwhelming." "Of course it is, but you will soon get used to it, and doubtless become blasé and find it all a bore in time." She was only teasing, but Salvia smiled. "I know that will not happen to me for a very, very long time, because I have never known anything like this before. Of course, it is all an adventure in itself. It's like living in a marvellous dream." "Then I will just hope that you will never wake up," the Dowager Countess said. "If you do, I will pray that you find it real, and that you live happily ever after." Salvia gave a little sigh, and for a moment she did not answer. She thought it was very unlikely that would happen to her. When the Viscount called for them both in a closed carriage drawn by 2 very fine horses, he was thinking that he was setting off on his false engagement in what was undoubtedly the best way. He knew only too well that if it was known, as it would be immediately, that he and his fiancée had dined the first night of their official engagement at Marlborough House, it would be the talk of the gossips. And there would be no chance after that of anyone suspecting that there were reasons, other than the obvious ones, for their engagement. However carefully he had behaved where Marigold was concerned, there were, of course, a number of people who were guessing, if not anticipating, that he would be proposing to her. In fact, in the betting book at White's Club, there were several bets on whether he would propose, and if so, whether Marigold would accept him. Although they had been very discreet, it had been known to quite a large number of people that she not only encouraged him, but also the future Duke of Northerncliffe. It was information that he would not be given by his friends, and he had not counted his enemies recently. He would therefore undoubtedly be the last person to know that the Earl of Cliff was pursuing her. Even if he had been told about it, he would have thought that there were so many other men who were doing the same thing that he would not have been that interested one way or another. Yet now, when he had astonished London society by appearing with a beautiful woman on a white horse in Rotten Row, at the same time as his engagement was in the Gazette, it was now a seal of significance that His Royal Highness should invite them to dinner on the same night to Marlborough House. To the gossips, he thought he would make it quite clear that, while they were unaware of who he was chasing, if it was not Marigold, it had never entered their heads for one moment that it would actually be her cousin. And very few people knew that Salvia even existed, simply because Marigold had kept her out of sight, because he thought that she was too pretty not to be a competitor. "It's working out perfectly," he told himself. "Now, no one will question for a moment that this isn't anything but a genuine engagement to a girl I wish to be my wife." He had often been congratulated on his good luck, especially where his horses were concerned, but now he felt that his good luck had extended itself in that he would now teach Marigold a lesson she richly deserved. At the same time, her cousin was a very sweet, sensitive young woman who would never reproach him or try to trick him in any unpleasant manner. "I am lucky, so very lucky," he told himself again as he drove towards his grandmother's house. When he saw Salvia waiting for him, he realized that he was luckier still. She looked not only beautiful but adorable, which was more than he could say for a great number of women who relied on their looks. There was something about the way she waited for his approval of her appearance that made him think that her beauty was not just her face, her hair and her gown. It was something different, which came from within herself, that he saw in her eyes and felt in the tremble of her fingers when he kissed her hand. "There is no need for me to tell you that you are looking lovely, and undoubtedly the prince will overwhelm you with compliments and try to take you away from me," he said jokingly. Salvia, however, gave a little cry of horror. "Now you are frightening me. Please, please don't leave me alone with the prince, or with any other man for that matter." "Why do you say that?" the Viscount asked. "Because I have always heard so much about the way the young women flirt with men they dance with, and I have never flirted, or for that matter had anyone to flirt with me, that I would not know what to do." The Viscount thought it was very touching. Flirtatiousness in London was taken so much as a matter of course that the debutantes, he had often thought, had lessons on it before they actually reached the ballroom. "All you have to do," he said in a kind voice, "is to cling to me and make it clear to everyone that you think I am wonderful and so are not interested in anyone else." Salvia giggled. "Oh, but of course, I think you are wonderful in what you are doing and what is happening. But if I am honest, I think that the most exciting thing that has happened to me today was going round your marvellous yacht." For a moment the Viscount thought that she was just pretending or sucking up to him. Then he realized that what she was saying to him was completely true, and that she really meant it. He could not imagine anyone in London, certainly not in the social world, who would prefer a trip on a yacht to dining with the Prince of Wales. He was about to tell her so when his grandmother suggested, "We should be leaving now. We should not be late, because it can only annoy His Royal Highness, and I have always thought it particularly bad manners on the part of guests, whoever they are, dining with." "I agree with you," the Viscount said. "You must say, Grandmamma, that I am, as a general rule, very much on time." "Which is one of the reasons you have always been my favourite grandson," the Dowager Countess told him. Now come along, both of you. The carriage is waiting for us. Although it does not particularly take long from here to Marlborough House, there will undoubtedly be a queue in which we will have to wait when we arrive." She smiled and then said to Salvia, "Now, my dear, you must remember tonight to call my grandson Charles, as you are now formally engaged to him, and not let any 'my lords' slip out by mistake." They set off with the Dowager Countess and Salvia on the back seat, while the Viscount sat opposite them. "Now I can view you both," he said as he sat there, "and tell you that I am exceedingly proud to be in such smart company." "So you should be," the Dowager Countess replied. "This tiara is extremely heavy, but I know that His Royal Highness expects us to wear one as the Princess does." "I think he is right," the Viscount said. "He makes his parties very impressive, and what could look better than you, Grandmamma, shining like a star, even in the darkness of this carriage." "That is a lovely description," Salvia said before the Dowager Countess could reply. "Your grandmother is so kind to lend me these 2 pretty stars, so I am shining a little too." "I noticed that," the Viscount replied, "and they are certainly very becoming. If Grandmamma glitters like a star, you are glittering like a raindrop in the sunshine." Salvia clapped her hands. "Oh, now that is very, very pretty. In fact, I was told that only Frenchmen pay one fulsome compliments. I am sure, therefore, that you heard someone say that first when you were in France." The Viscount looked at her in surprise. Then he said, "Well, actually, that is the truth." Then they were all 3 of them laughing as they drove on to Marlborough House. Chapter 5. The party that night at Marlborough House was a great success. The Prince complimented the Viscount not only on finding a new beauty, but also becoming engaged to her. "I thought you were going to be one of the difficult ones to bind in matrimony," he said, "but you know as well as I do, Charles, that you must have an heir to inherit that fantastic house of yours. I hope that your Royal Highness will honour us by being a guest this year, as you were last," the Viscount suggested. "Well, I have every intention of coming to see you," the Prince replied, "and riding your magnificent horses. By the way, if you are sure of a winner in the next month or so, please be kind enough to tip me off." "But of course I will, your Royal Highness," the Viscount answered. "But it will be very embarrassing if I tell you that I have a winner, and it comes in last." "Well, that is impossible," the Prince retorted. "And you have a reputation, Charles, of always finding a winner, even now when it comes to a wife." The Viscount smiled. He could not help feeling again that he had been very clever in playing off Marigold for trying to crook him, at the same time being kind to Salvia, who certainly needed it. The following day his grandmother confirmed this. "It is disgraceful," she said when they were alone, "that this enchanting child was not allowed to meet anyone in case she should outshine that stuck-up cousin of hers. I am only thankful that you decided not to marry her." The Viscount felt once more that he had been saved by what was almost a miracle. He therefore said, "I expect she will marry the Earl of Cliff, who I understand may well be stepping into his father's shoes at any moment." "I heard that the Duke was very ill," the Dowager Countess answered. "And, to be honest, Charles, I would have been very upset if you had married Marigold Marlow. The way that she has treated her dear cousin is an absolute disgrace." She spoke fiercely as she went on. "Whether she is a duchess or not, I will certainly make it very clear to a number of my friends that she is not a particularly desirable human being." The Viscount thought it best not to say any more, but he congratulated himself once again on having had a lucky escape. He could not, however, help wondering if the Duke was dying or not, and he was not enlightened on the subject until he went to White's Club the next day. There, the Earl of Cliff was almost the first person he saw as he entered the coffee-room. He was talking to one of his particular friends, who joined him when he sat down at the far end of the room. "I saw you talking to young Cliff," he said. "Did he say how his father was?" "Still alive," was the reply, "but the doctors are not optimistic he will survive." "That news will undoubtedly be keeping Marigold on tenterhooks," the Viscount thought with a slight smile, "as is what she deserves." Actually, although he was fortunately unaware of it, Marigold was becoming angrier and angrier with him, as she still had no positive information about the Duke and his current state of health. If he went back north, having recovered from his illness, she realized that she would be left with his son. Although she was prepared to marry him when he had a ducal coronet on his head, she knew that she would find him dull and boring in the meantime. Just how could Charles behave to me in such an appalling manner? She asked herself over and over again. As she could bear the suspense no longer while she was in the country, she decided to go back to her house in London. There were a great many invitations waiting for her, and she chose one where she was quite sure that the Viscount would also be a guest. "And I will show him what he is missing," she told herself. She went to her wardrobe and selected one of her most attractive and decorative evening gowns. With it, she wore just a little more jewellery than was usual for a young girl. The party was to be given by Lady Framfield, and it would be attended by all the most outstanding beauties of the season, as well as the distinguished older people who were always ready to enjoy themselves at her large house in Park Lane. Supremely confident, as usual, of her dresses and her beauty, Marigold arrived a little later than she thought the rest of the party would do. She wanted to make a sudden appearance and enter the huge reception room where she had often been a guest in a dramatic way, which would undoubtedly make certain that she was noticed immediately. If the Viscount was there, he would realize at once what he had lost. She had, in being the most beautiful debutante of the season, been so much acclaimed by her friends and by the newspapers that she was only too well aware that she would have no rivals. She told herself that she would shine like the rising sun above the other women present. As it happened, the Viscount had thought twice as to whether or not he would take Salvia to Lady Framfield's party. He knew that the Beaumonde would be discussing his engagement rapaciously, and as none of them had seen or heard of Salvia before, there was much speculation as to why he had decided to marry her. If he was marrying anyone, which I admit I rather doubted, one gossip had said to another, I was certain it would have been Marigold Marlow. I did not know that she had a sister. She is an only child, the friend to whom she was speaking to replied. The girl who is now engaged to Charles Trent is her cousin. You must remember that her father was the famous general, who died, so valiantly in battle. I remember reading about him, was the answer, but I had no idea that he had a daughter. Well, she must have something special about her, if he finds her more attractive than Marigold, the gossip said. Her friend sniffed. I have often thought that those pampered beauties cannot make very good wives. After all, most husbands like to be the cock of the walk, and in fact the most important person in their own house. Her friend laughed. Oh, that is so right. Of course, when a man marries a famous beauty, he can never be sure when he is away from her if there is not someone taking his place, both upstairs and down. The other gossip grinned. Oh, that's true enough, and you have doubtless heard what happened to Lord Framfield when he returned home last week. Her friend looked over her shoulder. Do be careful what you say. Framfield is determined that the whole scandal should be hushed up, and is prepared to take anyone who talks about it instantly to court. Well, I doubt if he would really go that far, her friend said. But then, we must be careful what we say. They were still gossiping when Marigold made her entrance, sweeping through the door at a moment when she was the only guest still to arrive. She made those closest to her stare at her in some surprise. She was looking extremely beautiful, in a dress that had cost a good deal more than the average working man could earn in a year. She was wearing her mother's rubies, which were usually locked away in the safe, and she was carrying in her arms a large bouquet of red roses to give as a present to Lady Framfield. It was something that no one else had thought of doing. As there was a wreath of red roses around her hair, it was impossible with the bouquet of roses in her arms for everyone present not to turn round and then to stare at her in astonishment. So sure of herself, and looking stunningly beautiful, she walked up to Lady Framfield, who had, for the moment, stopped receiving guests, as she had thought that almost all of them had arrived. "I have brought these for you," Marigold said in her soft and distinctive voice. "I felt they were appropriate for the wonderful evening you will be giving us. They come to you with love from my father and myself." There was no doubt that it was a very pretty speech, and there was almost complete silence as she made it. "How very kind of you, my dear," Lady Framfield exclaimed in appreciation. At the same time, as Marigold handed her the huge bouquet of roses, they were an encumbrance for her, as she was carrying a fan and wearing long white kid gloves. Rather astutely, she managed to hand the bouquet to the nearest male guest, and asked him to instruct one of the servants to put it into water. Then, as Marigold looked round, she realized to her annoyance that the Viscount was not present, and she had been so certain that he would be. She recalled speaking to him about the Framfield party, and telling him that it would undoubtedly be the most entertaining of the season. "You must keep at least a dozen dances for me," the Viscount had said at the time. She had smiled at him provocatively before she had replied, "You may have to fight your way to me for them." Now that she had made her dramatic entrance, and quite a number of men were hurrying forward to ask her for the first dance. But the Viscount was not there. The dancing had already begun, and the band was playing one of the most popular dance tunes in the room next door. Because Lady Framfield's house was so large, it was possible to have 2 huge reception rooms on the first floor. In one you danced, while in the other you sat and gossiped and watched the arrivals. Marigold had been quite sure that if she arrived at just the right moment, no one could possibly fail to notice her entrance. "May I please claim the first dance with you?" a man beside her said. "And while we dance, I will then tell you how beautiful you are, and how you make every other woman in the room seem like a ghost beside you." Marigold laughed. "Are you quite sure of that?" "I have a great number of other things to tell you while we are dancing," was the answer. She flickered her eyelashes at him as she purred, "Now you are making me curious, but I find this tune irresistible." "As I find you," her partner smiled. They had actually reached the door opening into the ballroom when Marigold heard the butler announcing the Viscount Trent and Miss Salvia Marlow. For a moment she stood still. Then she looked back at the door through which she had just come. There was no doubt that the Viscount was the most handsome man in the whole room. Salvia, towards whom everyone in the room was now gazing, was very different, Marigold thought, from the crushed and badly dressed cousin who had lived with her for the past year. Because she felt that it was appropriate, or rather the Dowager Countess had, for her as a bride-to-be, dressed all in white, Salvia's gown was a triumph. It showed a French designer's ingenuity in making a gown that might have been commonplace in something original, unusual, and certainly fascinating. He had used tulle, lace, and ribbon as a background for the very pale blue of forget-me-nots, and there were a few forget-me-nots in her hair and a bracelet of them round one wrist. And the lovely dress made Salvia look very young and very ethereal. It was almost as if she had stepped out of a dream, rather than being a young girl who had never previously appeared in a London ballroom. Only a top French couturier could have made such a sublime combination, so utterly and completely different from anything the English dressmakers would have dreamt of. He had given Salvia a perfect touch of sophisticated elegance that she had never had before. There was something so unique about her, and at the same time so young and so beautiful, that the women in the room drew in their breath, while the men looked at her and then found it just impossible to look away. Lady Framfield moved forward quickly to say, "Charles, I am so delighted you could come. I was rather afraid that you might have another engagement." The Viscount smiled. "That is exactly what I do have, and may I present my fiancée to you?" "I am so delighted to meet her," Lady Framfield said, "because I loved her mother, and greatly admired her father." "It is very kind of you to have me," Salvia said. "Charles has told me that your ball is the most prestigious one of the season." "Well, that is just what I like to think," Lady Framfield replied. "Now, let me introduce you to some of my friends, who are, of course, longing to meet you, and tell Charles how clever he is to find anyone so beautiful." As they walked on into the room, Marigold moved into the ballroom. With considerable difficulty, she prevented herself from screaming out in fury. "How on earth can Salvia look like that?" she asked herself. "And how dare Charles flaunt her at a party he knew I would be attending?" She was trembling with rage, while the man she was dancing with whispered compliments into her ear. For the moment, it was impossible for her to think of anything except how much she hated her cousin and loathed the Viscount. She was shrewd enough to be almost sure that the reason why he had announced his engagement to Salvia on the very day that he should have called on her was simply because Salvia had told him about Bruce Cliff and his dying father, the Duke. "I hate her, and I will make her pay for this if it's the last thing that I do," Marigold swore to herself. Then she found herself paying little attention to her partner as she was watching the door to see them join the dancers. But the Viscount and Salvia were, however, being proudly introduced by Lady Framfield to some of her other guests. She had hoped that the Viscount would turn up, as he had already accepted her invitation, but she had no idea that the girl he was engaged to would be so outstandingly beautiful and so different from what everyone expected. She knew with some pleasure that it would at least double the interest in her ball. Granted, it was already one of the best parties of the season, but nothing could ever be better than that the most talked-of young aristocrat in London at the moment should appear with his fiancée, whom no one had seen before. There were a number of important people among her guests, and no one at all was surprised when the Prince of Wales arrived with his latest love, Mrs. Lily Langtry, the woman who had already been popularly christened the Jersey Lily. She was, in fact, already astounding London with her beauty and charm, and that the Prince of Wales had become attracted to her was already the talk of the town. She had attended the dinner party on the previous evening, and Salvia had thought her not only lovely, but very kind. After he had spoken to his host, the Prince of Wales saw the Viscount and held out his hand. "I might have guessed that I would find you here tonight, Charles," he trumpeted. Then, as he saw Salvia talking to someone to whom she had just been introduced, he said, "She is sensational. Oh, you are lucky, Charles, to have found someone quite so unique. I am only sorry I did not discover her first." The Viscount laughed. "She is far too young for your Royal Highness," he said, "and too unsophisticated. I only congratulate you on your choice at the moment." The Prince of Wales chuckled and winked at him before he replied, "You must admit, I have excellent taste, and now I can say the same of you." "Thank you, sir," the Viscount answered him. Then Lady Framfield brought up other people to be presented to the Prince. However, the real sensation of the evening was most undoubtedly the appearance of the Viscount's fiancée, and Marigold was only too aware of it. "I hate him, she muttered to herself. "Somehow I will find some way of punishing him, and that little beast Salvia, for the way they have treated me." She was aware all the evening that the attention she had expected to be hers was now transferred to her cousin. She could hardly believe it possible that she could look so different and so entrancing as she had managed to do. As she had never met Charles's grandmother, she had no idea of how astute and intelligent the elderly lady was, or that in her heyday she had been the most sought-after and admired woman in London. It was the Viscount who was now aware that his grandmother had made it absolutely clear to everyone that in becoming engaged to such an enchanting and attractive young woman, once he met her, there would be no question of him wanting to marry anyone else. "I thought, as a matter of fact, that he was going to marry Marigold Marlow," one of the gossips said again. "If you ask me," another one replied, "I think he has been very clever. We thought that he was running after Marigold, and all the time he must have been pursuing her cousin, who is surely the most attractive girl I have ever seen." "That is true," another dowager said, "but I would suppose, as she was in mourning for her mother, that was why I did not see her when I dined only 2 months ago at Lord Marlow's house in the country." "She is certainly a surprise," someone else chimed in, "and indeed a very pleasant one. If you ask me, I always thought that Marigold Marlow was rather swollen-headed and thought too much of herself." There was a laugh before one gossip rambled on. "Well, she will just have to take second place now. Her cousin will shine at Trenthenson Hall, which is, to my mind, the most fascinating house in England." "I do agree with you," another dowager said, "and the Trenthenson jewellery is fabulous." One of the other women, who had not spoken before, was watching Salvia intently as she was now dancing with the Viscount. "They most certainly make a very romantic pair," she said. "If you ask me, the new girl will be the belle of every ball she appears at." As if he had been listening to their conversation, the Viscount now escorted Salvia into the supper-room. The Prince of Wales was already seated at the best table, with Mrs. Langtry beside him. There were 2 empty seats, which were actually being kept for their hostess, but when he saw the Viscount coming through the door with Salvia, he beckoned to them. "Come and sit next to me," he called. "I thought that your fiancée was beautiful last night, but tonight she is outstanding, and no one dare contradict me." "And I would certainly not do so, sir," the Viscount replied. "We are both very grateful to you for your most delightful party yesterday evening." "Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it," the Prince said. "And my wife was saying after you left how glad she was that you had found someone who will make you happy, and prevent all the women from running after you fruitlessly in the future." The Viscount laughed. "Your Royal Highness is very flattering, and I do realize how lucky I was to find Salvia hidden away in the country, escaping from the social world, which is inevitably critical, however hard one tries to please them." "There is no reason for your pretty fiancée to try," the Prince of Wales said. "Tonight she is breathtaking, and tomorrow every tongue will be wagging about her." The Viscount smiled. He was aware as he did so that Salvia was looking rather shy and embarrassed, but he thought it a change from girls like Marigold, who expected to be praised every day up to the sky, and were exceedingly annoyed if every man they met did not do so all the time. Because he realized that she was shy, he said to the Prince of Wales, "I do think, Your Royal Highness, that Salvia and I must find somewhere else to sit. I realize that this chair next to you is being kept for our hostess." "Then come and talk to me when supper is over," the Prince said. "I want to hear where you found anyone so unique as your lovely fiancée. You must make sure that someone does not take her away from you." The Viscount chuckled. "I will make certain that does not happen, sir. But of course, I want to show her a little of the joys and fun of London before our wedding actually takes place." "Well, you make certain that you don't lose her," the Prince of Wales said. "From what I have seen of her, Already there will be a number of groping hands ready to carry her away when you are not looking." "Well, I'm glad for your Royal Highness's warning," the Viscount replied diplomatically. He then drew Salvia away to another table nearby. He was aware that not far away from him, Marigold was watching them with an expression on her face that made her look more sinister than beautiful. "She will be a bad enemy," the Viscount thought to himself. "Equally, I must be very careful that she does not hurt Salvia." Almost for the first time it struck him that when their pretense engagement came to an end, Salvia would have nowhere to go. He was certain that she would find it impossible to return to her uncle's house. It therefore meant that he would have to find some relation who would allow her to live with them. "I am sure that we must have plenty of cousins who would be only too glad to give her a helping hand," he told himself. At the same time, he had an uncomfortable feeling that, as a family, they were rather short of relations, and as Salvia had been obliged to live with her uncle, doubtless the Marlows were in the same position. Then he told himself firmly that there was no need to worry so far ahead. For the moment, he was free of Marigold, and quite content to continue to amuse himself without being engaged to Salvia publicly, if not privately. "I expect that things will happen to our advantage sooner or later," he told himself optimistically. "When we do decide to part, I will make certain that Salvia is properly looked after." He felt, however, that he had been extremely astute in choosing his grandmother as her chaperone. No one would have the slightest idea now that they had seen her dressed up and looking so attractive that he was not really in love with her, or that their engagement was in fact nothing but a pretense. "What it really is," he thought, "is a defense against a woman who was treating me disgracefully, and who I had no idea was the appalling siren that she has now turned out to be." Then he thought of how cruel Marigold had been to Tweetwee and her heartless treatment of her cousin. He knew if he had married someone and found out later that she was not in the least what he thought her to be, he would have been tied for life to someone he despised and perhaps hated. And there would have been no escape for him. "I should thank God that Salvia has enlightened me for the truth," he thought, "and, in fact, I have been extremely fortunate." Then he saw that quite a number of his friends were crossing the supper room to speak to him, so that they could be introduced to Salvia. This was obviously the truth, as he saw their eyes fixed on her, even while they held out their hands. She was certainly very different from the girl who had begged him to give her a lift, and who was more afraid for her dog than anything else. Now, the frightened look had gone from her eyes. He was not surprised that the men anxious to meet her spoke to him with a touch of envy in their voice. "You are a lucky fellow, Charles," one man said, "but then you always have managed to pass the winning post in front of us, and that is exactly what you have done now. I am asking myself why I did not have a chance to meet your beautiful fiancée before you grabbed her." "I expect the fact was that you were too slow," the Viscount said. "You must have forgotten that it's the fast horse that wins the race." "And naturally it's you," his friend replied. "But do be careful, Charles. Pride comes before a fall." He walked away before the Viscount could think of a suitable retort. Then he laughed to himself. Could this really be happening? Had he really brought off a grand coup at almost the last moment? In fact, if he had not been lucky enough to do so, he might have found himself engaged to Marigold, with a life of misery ahead of him. He looked down at Salvia and found that she was smiling as she gazed up at him. "I don't believe this is true," she said. "I am sure I must be dreaming, and I will suddenly find myself all alone with Tweetwee in the small dark bedroom I slept in at my uncle's house. Instead of which, you are here, and being greatly admired by the Prince of Wales, and you are certainly the belle of the ball." Salvia laughed. "Oh, that is all an exaggeration," she replied. "But I want to believe it is true, and how can I ever thank you for being so kind to me?" She gave a little sigh before she added, "Any other man, I am sure, would have just said that he was sorry and then drove on without me." "Well, now you must forget about it, because we are here," the Viscount said. "You are undoubtedly a success, which is exactly what I wanted." "You are pleased? You are really pleased with me?" Salvia asked, almost in a whisper. "I will tell you how pleased I am on our way home. But now I want you to enjoy your supper, which I can tell you is very good. Then we must dance again, to show that you belong to me, and that I have no intention of giving you up to anyone." Salvia gave him a smile. "I hope that is true," she said. "I don't want this brilliant masquerade of ours to end too quickly." "It will not do that," the Viscount said. Then, as he turned to speak to someone who had just sat down on the other side of him, he thought that it would be unkind and perhaps too obvious to others if he ended his engagement the moment that Marigold became engaged to the future Duke. "I must be careful, so very careful," he told himself. "Otherwise, by some trick, she might catch me, even though I am officially engaged to Salvia." He then glanced at her and thought once again how clever he had been. There was not a single person in the room from the Prince of Wales downward who would not think that he was in love with anyone just so sweet and so entrancingly pretty. "I can only believe," he told himself, "that, having taken the first jump in style, I will not fall at the others." And then, almost as if someone else was asking the question, he wondered what the end of the story would turn out to be, and if he would continue, as he intended, to remain a bachelor, whatever the odds might be against him. On the way home, Salvia slipped her hand into his and said, "That was, really, the most exciting evening I have ever spent, and thank you for being so kind. I never dreamt that I would ever be at such a marvellous ball or dance with so many charming men." "I am sure they all paid you compliments and told you that I was the luckiest man in the world," the Viscount said. Salvia smiled. "They said something very like that, and you must understand that, as I have never had compliments paid to me before, it has been very thrilling to listen to them, even though I am quite sure that it's what they will always say to everyone. Only when you look as pretty as you did tonight. In fact, I was very proud because everyone thought that I had been so clever in finding you." "It is really all due to Tweetwee," Salvia said. "I think if Marigold had not kicked him, I would have put up with her hitting me, as she had done so often before. But when she hit Tweetwee, I knew I had to run away and save him, even if I had to beg in the streets with nowhere to live to do so." "Well, you were looking for your governess, and I think I have provided you with better accommodation and certainly more amusement than you would have found with her." "Now you are teasing me," Salvia replied. "I am trying to tell you how grateful I am and how wonderful it is for me to be a guest at such a marvellous party, and of course to have met the Prince of Wales, not only last night, but again tonight." "He certainly admires you very much," he told her. "But I have already warned you that you are too young to cope with him, and for the moment you must be interested in no one but me." "Is it possible I could be interested in anyone but you, when you have been so incredibly good both to me and to Tweetwee?" Salvia asked. "What you have to do, Salvia, is to enjoy yourself whilst you have the chance. As you know, we are never sure what will turn up next in life. For the moment, at any rate, you have jumped from rags to riches, so enjoy it while you can." "That is exactly what I am doing," Salvia told him. "Although I have saved Tweetwee, I think too I have saved you. You would not have been happy with my cousin, and she might not have only hurt your dogs, but your horses, And also you." She gave a little sigh before she added, "But people always think of being hurt as someone hitting them, although the worst hurt of all is when we feel it in our hearts, and of course our souls." There was a little quiver in her voice, which told the Viscount that she had already been hurt in that way. "Now, what we have to do," he said, "is not only to keep up this brilliant and extremely clever performance in front of everyone we meet, but also to enjoy ourselves. As I want to ride, I know you do as well. I think we might attend a few more parties in London, so that people know you really do exist, and then we can go down to the country and enjoy the fresh air." "Can we really do that?" she asked. "I am longing to see your horses, and I have read all about your wonderful house and its contents. It will be very exciting for me to see it all in real life." "Then that is exactly what we will do, and the real life for us will be galloping over the fields, taking jumps that other people feel are too high, and showing you the treasures that my family have been collecting for hundreds of years." Salvia clasped her hands together. "If that is really going to be true," she said, "it's the most wonderful, wonderful thing that has ever happened to me." It flashed through his mind that any other woman would have wanted to stay in London, but he felt by the excitement in her voice that what he had suggested was what she really wanted. "She is certainly unusual," he thought, "and I must find someone really responsible to look after her before our pretense engagement comes to an end." The horses were now drawing up outside his house, and the front door was opening, and 4 liveried footmen began rolling a red carpet down the stone steps. Impatiently, Salvia turned towards him and slipped her hand again into his. "You are the kindest man in the whole world," she said, "and I thank God every night when I say my prayers that I have been blessed enough to meet you." Chapter 6. It was Saturday morning before the Viscount and Salvia could get away. They were besieged by people who, curious about their engagement, were determined first to see the bride and then to congratulate the Viscount. Nearly every one of them said to him, "We were certain that you would be a bachelor for the rest of your life, Charles, but now you have proved us wrong." The Viscount just smiled at them. They went away thinking he must be very much in love, and it was not in the least surprising, considering how pretty and enchanting the girl was. The one person who they dreaded meeting, but who fortunately was too busy to see them, was Lord Marlow. He had sent a letter to Salvia, saying that it had been a great surprise to him that she was engaged, but he wished her every possible happiness, and she must tell him later what she wanted for a wedding present. Considering that he had paid very little attention to her when she was living in his house, Salvia could not help thinking that now he thought her status in life was so much improved, he would be more kindly and attentive than he had been in the past. However, as she wanted to forget just how unhappy she had been in her uncle's house, and how much she had suffered from Marigold, she tried not to think about it. She really wanted to enjoy herself as the Viscount had told her to do. It was not difficult. At all the glamorous parties they had attended, they were treated almost as if they were royalty, and they were undoubtedly the 2 most celebrated couple present. The Viscount could not help being amused. "The truth is," he said to Salvia, "they expected me to marry your cousin, or someone very like her, if I married at all. They cannot understand how I could find someone as attractive as you, without them having seen and heard of you before." "I am well aware of that," Salvia replied. "They have plied me with questions such as, 'Where did you first meet? Did you fall in love the moment you saw him? How did you persuade him to give up being a bachelor?' They never stop, and they are always exactly the same questions, so I have my answers ready." The Viscount laughed. "Well, If we had let off a bomb in their presence, they could not be more astonished, and that I find exciting and amusing. To Salvia, the parties were new and very thrilling. She was entranced by the band, by the delicious suppers, and the beauty of the women, not to mention the well-dressed superiority of the men. She had read about them in books, and of course heard her father talking about the London season, but that was only hearsay. When she saw society at its best, she knew that it was even more attractive and sensational than she had ever expected. It was after 2 weeks had passed that the Viscount said on Friday, "We're going to the country tomorrow. I have had enough of this merrymaking, and I'm sick of answering the same questions time after time." Salvia giggled. "I thought you would be, and as I have told you, I am asked exactly the same questions too. It's extraordinary to me," the Viscount said, "that they had no idea you were living with your uncle. Surely you must have stumbled upon some of the men when they were in our house, or perhaps when you were talking to Marigold they arrived unexpectedly." "That was all catered for. The servants were told of no account to announce anyone to Marigold unless she was alone. If someone was expected, I was told to stay in the servants' part of the house until they left." "I can hardly believe it," he said, "but now you will have to forget it, and realize how important you are, because they all think that you are going to be my wife." "I realize that, and I assure you that I am enjoying myself enormously. When I go back to the gutter, it will be something to remember." The Viscount looked at her. "I promise you one thing," he said in a different tone of voice. "You will not go back to the gutter. Because you have helped me, I will make certain that you are looked after properly as your father's daughter for the rest of your life, or until you marry some charming man you are in love with." "You are so good to me," Salvia replied in a soft voice. "I don't know how to put into words how grateful I am, or how glorious all this is for me." "Well, let's enjoy every moment of it. I know you will want to go to the country as much as I do, so we will set off first thing in the morning and try to get to the hall before luncheon." "We could make certain of that by leaving really early," Salvia replied. "So that means we must not stay too late tonight at Lady Plowright's party." She hesitated. "I think that is the party we are going to," she said a little vaguely. "They are all much of a muchness to me," the Viscount replied. "What I really enjoy is seeing you make all the other girls look dull and countrified, while you shine like a star amongst them." Salvia clapped her hands together. "That is something I will never forget you saying," she said in a soft voice. "Thank you so much. Thank you for making me happy, with kind words." The Viscount laughed. Then he said, "I often think that people say too much in words, and it is action that counts. But perhaps you are right, and we should not say things that are too embarrassing to say in words, but we should then express them in our actions." He was thinking as he spoke of how women had always dropped into his arms like overripe peaches almost before he was ready for them to do so. How their lips invited his long before he was really convinced that he wanted to kiss them. However, this was not the sort of thing he could say to Salvia. He just turned the conversation to what time they should leave in the morning, and whether they would be wise to have luncheon on the way. "I have already sent a groom on a horse," he said, "to warn the household that we are coming. I am quite certain that dinner will be a gastronomic festival, because I have been away for so long." "I cannot believe the food will be any better than we have here," Salvia said. "I can assure you that I have enjoyed every mouthful." "Don't tell me that your uncle's cook in the country is not a good one," the Viscount remarked. "Good in parts," Salvia replied. "Mamma and I used to think out special dishes for Papa when he came home, and I do actually know quite a lot about cooking. That makes me wonder if you will ever be in a position where you would have to cook for me," he said. "I doubt it," Salvia replied. You have delicious food here. You tell me it is excellent in your yacht, and also at home in the country. Therefore I cannot believe that my small talent is actually required." "One never knows," the Viscount murmured. "We might be forced to fly abroad to avoid some catastrophe. Then, in some isolated part of the world, you might well be very useful." "Then shall I say, my lord," Salvia asked, "that I am always at your disposal, whether it is the top of the tree or down in the cellar?" The Viscount grinned. It always amused him that she somehow managed to make an original reply to every remark he made. He thought, because her brain was so quick, and she had a wit that he had seldom found in women, he was in no hurry to end their pretend engagement. They had to attend a party which they had promised to do that evening, and were invited to dine with the hostess before the majority of the guests arrived. It was quite an entertaining party, although the men were much older than the Viscount. Nevertheless, he was aware that they were enjoying talking to Salvia, and she was making them laugh. "Your fiancée is the wittiest, as well as the most beautiful girl I have seen for a long time," one of the men told the Viscount when the ladies withdrew after dinner. "I would go further than that," another man added, "and will insist that she is the most original and intelligent young woman I have ever encountered." "Then I must tell my fiancée how flattering you are about her," the Viscount said. "I do mean every word, Charles," came the answer, "and I cannot think how you were astute enough to find someone so unusual in an age when I find that everything I come across is something I have seen before." There was laughter at his remark. Then someone said, "You're being cynical, and that I can tell you is the sign of old age." "I'm not so old and feeble that I don't enjoy seeing a very pretty girl when I meet one," was the reply, "and surely Salvia is unique." When they drove back to his grandmother, the Viscount said, "You were indeed a great success tonight, Salvia. The older men at the party were singing your praises, and that is a greater compliment than anything the young men could pay you." "They were flattering too," Salvia said, "but I keep remembering that it is fine feathers that make fine birds. It's not very often that people go from riches to rags, but undoubtedly, when they do so, the compliments vanish with the gold and glitter." "Now you are being cynical," he commented, "and I want you to believe that it's your face that counts and not your gown." "I wish that was true," Salvia replied, "but I never had this sort of attention until your grandmother, bless her heart, dressed me in the most beautiful clothes I could ever imagine, let alone own." "Well, we must tell Grandmamma what a success she has been tonight," the Viscount suggested. "Oh, but I do. I store up all the compliments, and she is so delighted that I have them that I even invent one or two to make sure that she's really happy." The Viscount thought that most women would be thinking of themselves rather than his grandmother, but he did not say so. When they said good night, Salvia ran up the stairs ahead of him. "I am longing for tomorrow and for the country," she said. "I promise you I will be ready to leave at exactly the right time." As she reached the top of the stairs, she turned for a moment to look back. "And thank you for another wonderful evening," she said. "I shall dream about it whenever I feel sad and lonely." She did not wait for his answer, but disappeared into her bedroom. He thought, as he walked towards her, that she was obviously anticipating that, when he had no further use for her, she would either have to crawl back to her uncle, or find, as she had intended before, some work to do which would prevent her from being dependent on him. "I will have to find someone to look after her," the Viscount reflected. Salvia was already in the breakfast room when the Viscount came down the next morning. "I thought you were going to be late," she said provocatively as he came into the room. "I have exactly 10 minutes to eat my breakfast," he said, "and I am sure you will take all that time putting on your hat and remembering everything you have forgotten." I have forgotten nothing, she replied. Of course you know that Tweetwee is coming with us. Yes, I do, the Viscount said. I could not expect you to leave him behind. He knew as he spoke that she had been anxious just in case he did not want her dog to mix with his dogs, or disliked in the same way her uncle had of having the dogs in the chaise with him. She therefore gave him a beaming smile and said, "And Tweetwee is looking forward to the country as much as I am. He has no wish to be a London dog." "Then his wishes are granted, and he will find a good number of other dogs waiting for him at the Hall," the Viscount said. He was driving his chestnut team, and when Salvia saw them outside the house looking so smart, with bridles shining, she thought that she was living in a dreamland. She only hoped that she would not wake up. Their large amount of luggage would follow with the Viscount's valet and Betsy, the lady's maid, who had been looking after Salvia while she had been in London. "It be a real good chance for me, miss," she said, "if I comes to the country with you. As it so happens, I be a country girl." "I thought you must be," Salvia replied. "We will both enjoy the freedom, the sunshine and the flowers." Betsy smiled at her. Salvia knew that she was lucky in having a country girl to look after her, knowing that many of the maids who had stayed at her uncle's house had been very disagreeable about the dogs barking. They also complained that the country was too cold and windy after living more comfortably in London. As the Viscount drove so well, and the horses were fresh, they moved, once they were out of London, at a very considerable pace. Salvia was too wise to talk, as she knew that it had always annoyed her father when people wanted to chatter when he was in a hurry. She was therefore silent, but she enjoyed the empty roads, the sunshine, and the graceful countryside, which was something she had always loved. Although she had expected the Viscount's house to be impressive, it was even more beautiful than she had ever anticipated. As they drove up the long hall, she had the first sight of Trenthenson Hall. The sun was shining on its windows, and the trees and flowers around it made it a perfect picture. Salvia could only gasp with delight. "It is lovely, lovely," she exclaimed. "How lucky you are to have a home as beautiful as this." "I thought you would like it," the Viscount said with satisfaction. "Now you know why I rather resent the time I have to spend in London when I would rather be here." "Of course you would," Salvia agreed at once. After a late luncheon, which was delicious, and he had shown her just a few rooms in the house, she said, "I don't know how you can bear to go away from all this and be in London." "I want to see my friends," the Viscount replied, "but of course this is home, and as you can imagine I am always happy when I am here." When Salvia did not reply, he said, "What do you want to do next? See the picture gallery, which is almost everyone's choice, or go straight to the stables?" "You should know the answer to that," she replied. Please, the stables. I have been thinking about them almost all the way here." The Viscount laughed. He took her out of the front door and up the side of the house to where the stables were situated. The paddock was behind them, and behind that was the racecourse that the Viscount and his father had built up together. "It was the one thing that was really missing when my father inherited," the Viscount explained. "It has given us so much pleasure that I just cannot understand why Papa prefers to spend so much time in the north." He paused before he added, "But of course we have outstanding horses there, so he is not deprived when it comes to riding or racing for that matter." "You are so lucky," she said with a little sigh. "But naturally you realize that, and what is more, you share what you have with the other people, like myself." He thought that he had never seen anyone look so happy as she when she went round the stables. Her enthusiasm delighted his head groom, and he himself realized that everything she said was the truth, and that she was really thrilled with the horses. There had been many women in the past who, when he had taken them round his stables, had paid lip service to his horses, simply because they knew it pleased him. But to Salvia, They meant something very special, even though she did not own them. "First thing tomorrow morning," the Viscount said, "I will take you over the jumps on the racecourse, if you are certain that they will not be too high for you." "I promise you that they will not be," Salvia replied. She spent so long in the stables that it was tea time when they returned to the house. It was when they had finished tea that the Viscount took her on a tour of inspection. He had taken round so many women that he felt it would be difficult for Salvia to surprise him in any way. But then she managed to do so, especially when she seemed to appreciate the library even more than the picture gallery. "Look at all these books," she cried. "How lucky you are. I want to read every one of them before you send me away." The Viscount laughed. "I think there are something like 6,000 books. Therefore you would not live long enough to read them all." "All the same, I would like to try," Salvia said. "I only hope that you appreciate your good fortune in owning anything so sublime." As they went round the other rooms, the Viscount thought that no one could have been more thrilled with what she saw, or, to his surprise, know so much about the history of the furniture, the silver and the china. "How can you possibly know all that?" he asked. "I have always been interested in history. I have read every book I can find on that particular subject. My mother loved beautiful furniture, so she taught me a great deal about it. My father owned a small library, but his particular interest was ancient silver and weapons that had been used by soldiers in every country of the world. He thought that it was a strange education for a girl, but it certainly enabled Salvia to appreciate many of the treasures there were in abundance in the hall." As it was nearly 7 o'clock, he went on strike. "I refuse to go one step further," he said. "My lips are becoming dry from talking so much, and now I insist on being resuscitated with a glass of champagne." "Oh, you must forgive me," Salvia sighed. "I have been such a bore asking so many questions. But it is all so thrilling, and I have never seen anything so exciting." "I realize that," the Viscount said, as he sank down into a large armchair. "But to see everything in this house would take you weeks, if not months, and tomorrow I will put you in the hands of the curator." "You promised we would go riding tomorrow," she countered quickly. The Viscount laughed. "I thought you would not forget that. Now go and have your bath, and I refuse at dinner time to continue to be your guide. In fact, it is up to you to amuse me." "I will do my best," Salvia replied. "But I thought, with all your other marvellous collections, that you would have a number of pretty girls to dance in front of you while you ate your dinner." "Now you are being impertinent," he exclaimed. Picking up one of the cushions, the Viscount threw it at her. She threw it back at him, aiming it so straight that it caught him in the face. As he looked away, she had already gone. "She is certainly different from anyone else I have ever brought here," he thought. He had to admit to himself that he had enjoyed the afternoon enormously. The next morning, they went riding. For Salvia, it was the most wonderful treat of all. She was mounted on one of the Viscount's finest horses. He realized, as he had when they were in London, that she was a natural horsewoman, in fact, the best woman rider he had ever seen. They challenged each other on the racecourse, and it was with great difficulty that the Viscount managed to beat Salvia. After luncheon, he took her on a tour of the land nearest to the hall. She was thrilled with the orchard, the lake, and the wood. As they rode out on more open ground, she saw that there was a river running through some low fields, with a strange building on one side of it. "What is that?" she asked the Viscount. "That is the old mill," he replied. "It was, I believe, one of the first ever built in this part of the country, and when it was first erected, people came for miles to stare at it." As they were riding slowly towards the mill, Salvia realized that whatever it had been in the past, It was now in a very dilapidated state. Almost as if he had read her thoughts, the Viscount said, "Various people have suggested that it should be removed, but my father likes it, because he has known it ever since he was a little boy, and used to play in it." "I think it's a rather dangerous thing to do now," Salvia commented. "You are right," the Viscount agreed. "Therefore, everyone on the estate has been forbidden to enter it. At the same time, it acts as a landmark, and, as I said, my father loves it, and will not have it pulled down." "It's certainly very picturesque," Salvia remarked, "and a good place for a picnic." She repeated her words when they reached the mill. It was not working, but it looked so charming that Salvia thought it should be repaired and then kept as an attraction. They drew in their horses and sat gazing at the mill with its huge wheel. But the windows were broken, and she could see the crumbling steps at the entrance to it, and a great number of tiles had fallen from the roof. As they moved on, Salvia sighed. "I think your father is right. It would be a pity to lose anything so delightful. Eventually it will sink into the river, and there will be no need for me to bother about it," the Viscount said. "Now, I am going to show you one of my favourite farms, and as the farmer wins top prizes with his sheep and cattle, you must admire them." "I most certainly will," Salvia said. "Actually, I am very interested in farming." The Viscount thought that she must be boasting. But when they reached the farm, she then talked so sensibly to the farmer about his livestock that he realized she did know a great deal more than he had anticipated. The farmer's 4 children were charming, and she talked to them and made them laugh. She let the youngest girl, who was only 2 years old, play with her bracelet. The Viscount could not help remembering that the last beauty he had taken with him had hardly said a word to the farmer and his wife, and she had moved away from the children rapidly in case they should touch her with dirty fingers. Salvia and the Viscount left the farm with the best wishes of the farmer and his wife for their happiness. As they rode back, Salvia exclaimed, "What a nice family that was! Oh, I do hope I will have a chance to visit them again before we have to go back to London." "You can visit them whenever you like," he replied. "I have no intention of returning to London until you are so bored with the country that you have nothing more to say about it." Salvia laughed. "You will have to wait for a long time, until I have ridden every one of your fine horses, seen every painting in your house, and every inch of your beautiful estate." The Viscount laughed as well. "In which case, we will doubtless only be leaving in a coffin." There were 3 more absorbing days at the Hall, with something new happening in each one. Then, suddenly, to his great surprise, the Viscount received a letter informing him that His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, wished to see him immediately on an important matter. What could he possibly want? The Viscount asked at breakfast when he opened the letter. "Does the letter give you any explanation?" Salvia inquired. "It is written, I would suppose, by one of his aides-de-camp," the Viscount answered, "and as I expect it's a secret, it just leaves me guessing." "Will you have to be away for long?" Salvia asked him. "I hope not, but I suppose I must go, even though I find it a considerable nuisance at this particular time." "Do you want me to come with you?" she asked. No, you stay here," the Viscount answered. "I will go back as quickly as I can. In fact, I see no reason why I should be away for more than 1 night at the very least." "Then the dogs will look after me until you return," Salvia smiled. She had been thrilled with the Viscount's dogs, who had greeted her excitedly when she arrived. They were both very fine specimens of gun dogs, and the Viscount explained to her how well they had been trained when he took them both out shooting with him in the winter months. She was rather nervous in case they took a dislike to her and snapped at Tweetwee, but they accepted him as one of themselves. He was perfectly happy to scamper after them, even though his legs were not as long as theirs. "If you have the dogs to sleep with you as well as Tweetwee," the Viscount said, "I will not worry that you are feeling lonely or are being frightened by burglars." "Oh, don't say things like that," she begged. "Anyway, I am sure that the dogs will protect me and keep away not only thieves, but curious friends who want to ask us when we first met." The Viscount laughed. "That is one reason why I have no wish to go to London. I am sure they will be waiting behind every lamp-post to spring out at me. Undoubtedly, I will find some of them at Marlborough House." "You must tell His Royal Highness that you have serious business to attend to in the country," Salvia said. "I will certainly tell him, as it happens to be true," the Viscount replied. "As you well know, I am enjoying being here as much as you are." "It's a feeling that is inexplicable in words," Salvia told him. "I can only say that I love it, and I never want to go back to a town again." The Viscount realized that she was telling the truth, and he thought once more that she was just so completely different from any woman he had ever met. He decided to leave immediately after breakfast. "I will try to get back late tonight," he said, "but I expect, actually, it will be in time for luncheon tomorrow." "I do hope that His Royal Highness will not keep you long," Salvia murmured plaintively. "But you must not worry about me. There is so much to see in this house and so much to explore outside." She saw the Viscount off and sensed that he was genuinely annoyed at having to return to London when the sun was shining brightly and there was so much to enjoy in the country. She waved to him until he was out of sight. Then she walked to the stables, and the head groom was delighted to see her. "I thought as how you'd be coming back here, miss," he said, "when his lordship left. Now, tell me, which horse do you want to be riding this morning?" It was a very difficult decision to make. Finally, Salvia took one of the best jumpers round the racecourse, and she was delighted to find that she cleared every jump with several inches to spare. "I will definitely challenge the Viscount tomorrow," she thought, as she rode back into the stables just before luncheon. Because she was all alone, the cook seemed to have excelled herself in tempting her with the most delicious dishes. "If I stay here very long," she said to the butler, "I will get fat." "If you looks as pretty as you do now," Armstrong replied, "we'll have all the young men in the countryside coming to look at you rather than the racecourse." Salvia smiled at him. "That is one of the nicest compliments I have ever had. Thank you so much, Armstrong, for giving it to me." "The cook wishes to make you a very special dish for dinner," the butler said. "So she wants you to tell me your favourite, miss." "Oh, I am sure I will enjoy anything that is cooked for me," Salvia said. "But please tell her that I love fish and adore chicken as well." "That be just what she wants to know," Armstrong replied, "and they be his lordship's favourites too." "Oh, I do hope he will not be too long in London," Salvia said. "One never knows when his lordship will get away and when he won't," Armstrong said enigmatically. When Salvia finished her luncheon, she left Tweetwee with Armstrong, as he was already looking after his lordship's dogs. She knew that he would be quite safe and happy until she returned. Then she went down to the stables again. "This afternoon, I would like to ride the horse I was riding yesterday," she said to the head groom. "He was so good, and did not mind when I stopped quite a long time at the farm." "Oh, that'll be Moonlight," he replied. "I thinks as you look very fine on him, miss." Salvia watched Moonlight being saddled. Then she rode off in the same direction as she had ridden yesterday with the Viscount, thinking that it would be a mistake to go to other parts of the estate in case he wanted to show them to her himself. So she followed the track through the orchard, past the lake, down to the wood, and out into open ground. Now she could see the river in front of her, and the old mill which she had admired yesterday. She did not hurry, and thought dismally that there was nothing to hurry back for. She was hoping that His Royal Highness would not keep the Viscount too long. But she had a sudden uneasy feeling that he might be planning something special for tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, and so it would be impossible for the Viscount to refuse him. She rode slowly across the field as the ground was rather rough. As she drew nearer to the old mill, she thought that it was even more attractive than it had seemed yesterday. It is certainly very picturesque, she reflected. I wonder if there has ever been a photograph taken of it, just in case it does fall into the river. Then no one could forget how attractive it looked. Then she could see, to her surprise, that there was a child's pram outside the mill, but no sign anywhere of its occupant. It was then she remembered that the Viscount had said it was dangerous to go inside the mill. Next, she wondered if some children, not realizing the situation, had gone there to play. It was quite a small child's pram, and looked as if it had been used for a long time without anyone taking any particular care of it. She thought that perhaps several children had been pushing the pram rather than being with a grown-up, in which case they had all come to the mill without having any knowledge of its potential danger. I must warn them, she decided, and looked round for something to tie her horse to. There was an old piece of fence at one side of the mill, and she managed to tie Moonlight's bridle to it. Then she stood, listening intently, expecting to hear children's voices coming from inside the mill. But there was only the noise of the water splashing against the sides of it. Hurriedly, she walked over the rough ground to the entrance. The door had broken and was falling forward onto the ground. Now she could see the steps into the mill, leading up onto the floor above. "Is there anyone up there?" she called. Her voice seemed to ring out and almost to repeat itself, so that for a few moments she thought she was being answered. Then she realized that it was just an echo of her own voice. "Who is up there?" she called again. "Come here. I want to tell you something." Again her voice seemed to ring out round the mill, echoing in a strange, almost uncanny way. Then, suddenly, a blanket was thrown over her face. As she put out her hands to catch hold of it, her arms were held tightly. She realized then that there was a man on each side of her, and their fingers were digging into the softness of her skin. Chapter 7. "What is happening?" Salvia tried to cry out. Her voice, however, was smothered completely in the thick blanket that had been thrown over her head. Then she gave a stifled scream as the men started to carry her up the rickety stairs. They did so clumsily, but there was nothing at all she could do. She was afraid that they might drop her, and she would fall from the top to the bottom and be injured and even break a leg. Then she became aware that they were carrying her across a room and that her arms were being tied onto what she thought must be the side of a window. She wanted to scream out and scream again, but she knew that it would be quite useless. She felt stifled by the heaviness of the blanket that was over her head and which had not been moved when they carried her up the stairs. Then she heard someone whisper to the men, which she thought was a woman's voice, but she could not in any way be certain. All she knew was that her arms were stretched out on either side of her and fastened to something that was immovable. The thick blanket over her face was preventing her from breathing. And then she could hear what she reckoned was the men going down the stairs again. To her great relief, the blanket over her head was suddenly pulled off. For a moment, she still had her eyes shut. She did not open them. Then, when she did, she gave a gasp and exclaimed in a voice that did not sound like her own, "Marigold!" It was her cousin, who was standing in front of her. She was looking exceedingly beautiful, but at the same time undoubtedly menacing. "Yes, it's me," Marigold said, "and you should not be surprised to see me." "I am surprised. I don't know what you are doing. Why have you brought me up? Up here?" Salvia asked. "I should have thought it was quite obvious that I am treating you as exactly what you are," Marigold said in a haughty tone. "You are a thief. You have stolen my man from me. I am therefore making it clear to you, as far as I and he are concerned, you will no longer exist." I don't know what you're saying," Salvia gasped. "I am telling you in no uncertain terms," Marigold replied, "that I am now taking back from you what you stole from me deliberately. As a thief, the sooner you are disposed of, the better." She spoke in a harsh tone that was so different from the usual way she spoke that Salvia could only look at her in amazement. "I don't understand," she said. I cannot think why you have tied me up in this ridiculous fashion." "I should have thought it was obvious, even to the most stupid person. It is to prevent you from escaping. Thieves like you should die, and cease to pollute the world. That is what I intend you shall never do again, not to me, at any rate, nor to anyone else." The words seemed to spill from Marigold's lips. She looked so odd that it flashed through Salvia's mind that she might have gone mad. She guessed that Marigold must have given up all hope of marrying the Duke, and therefore now wanted the Viscount to be hers. It was at that moment, strangely and inexpressibly, that Salvia knew that she loved the Viscount. She had loved him, she thought to herself, for quite some time. But she had fought against it because she knew that he had no intention, as he said, of marrying anyone after the way Marigold had behaved. "I love him. I love him," Salvia thought to herself. "I love him with all my heart and soul, and if he marries Marigold, he will never be happy with her." "Now you will understand," Marigold was saying. "I had every intention of bringing you here, but you arrived quicker than I expected, so you have just saved me a great deal of trouble." "I really don't understand what you are saying to me," Salvia said. Please undo my arms. It's very painful being tied up like this." Marigold laughed cynically. "It's not half as painful as it will be to you a little later on. Now, I will tell you what I have planned so that you can prepare yourself to die." "To die?" Salvia exclaimed. You cannot mean that." "I do mean it. I have to get rid of you once and for all. Then Charles will be all mine, as he was before you interfered and stole him away from me." It passed through Salvia's mind that she could tell Marigold that her engagement was only a pretence, and that the Viscount was absolutely free to be hers if she could win him back. At the same time, because she loved him, she knew that he would most certainly be desperately unhappy with her cousin if she did marry him. It would be better for him if she did not explain that their engagement was only a false one. She did not believe that Marigold was speaking the truth when she said that she wanted to kill her. Equally, she did not understand why she had been brought here and tied up in this unpleasant manner. One side of the room she was in was broken up with age and neglect, and a door or window that must have been there had fallen into the water, and she could see the river below them. It was moving swiftly, and she could hear the jingle of what had been the mechanical parts of the mill as the water splashed against them. "Now, you might be interested to know," Marigold was saying in a harsh and ugly voice, "exactly what I have planned for you. Charles has gone to London, so he will not interrupt me. It may be some time before he realizes that this old rubbish heap that should have been disposed of years ago had somehow been set on fire." "On fire?" Salvia gasped. You cannot mean it." "The men who brought you upstairs are now busy pouring oil onto the wood so that it will burn quickly. So no one will know what has happened to you, and your horse will be just found, wandering in the fields." You must be quite mad to think of anything so horrible and so beastly, Salvia stammered, as burning me to death. I always thought you were a cruel person, but I never dreamed that you would deliberately set out to kill anybody. I intend to get what I want, Marigold screamed. I want Charles, and you had the impertinence to take him away from me. Now, I am going to marry him, and as the mill will burn itself into the river, no one will ever know what happened to you. I will make certain that Charles, at any rate, will never think of you again. You are going to burn me? Salvia stuttered. I would suppose you are capable of understanding English, Marigold replied scathingly. I always found you abominable, and I hated you being in my home with me. Now, everyone will forget you, and you can be quite sure I will see to it. I think you must have gone raving mad, Salvia said. While you are flaunting yourself about in London and are chaperoned by a useless old grandmother, people will notice you and talk about you. If you are dead, you will be forgotten in a week or two. I will make absolutely sure of that. She was almost spitting the words out. Salvia realized that she was in one of her furious rages that she had suffered from on several occasions when she had been living with her uncle. Because she knew that, when she had these turns, Marigold was not really herself and behaved in the most extraordinary way, and so she thought that she must at least try to be conciliatory. If I have in any way upset you, Marigold, she said, I am very sorry. Please untie me and let me be free. Then I will disappear and promise that neither you nor the Viscount will ever see me again. She thought as she spoke that it would be totally impossible for her to forget him, but at least she will have something to remember. But Marigold was surely right in that he would eventually forget her. Marigold laughed, and it was not a pretty sound. So, you think by being conciliatory you can save your life, she said. Things have gone too far. You have too many people talking about you. If you think that I can sit down and let you take my place as the most beautiful and most talked of girl in the social world, well, you are very much mistaken. I have to be rid of you, and now, the sooner the better. She glanced round. The men have put enough oil below for the mill to burn quickly. When it has sunk completely into the river, there will not likely be much left of you. Sylvia gave a little gasp, and then she said, Please, Marigold, don't be angry with me. Let me disappear. I will go abroad, and the Viscount will never see me again. This is where I would like you to be, pleading with me and completely helpless, Salvia, and you will soon be forgotten. Salvia looked around her. She made a desperate effort to pull her arms away from the window frame that they were tied to. For a moment, her right arm moved just a little, and she tugged it sharply so that the wood creaked. But she was too tightly tied to set herself free, and the wood itself was strong and undamaged. Then she started praying fervently, praying to God to save her from a terrible death, as her mother had always taught her to pray. Oh, please, God, tell Charles of my plight and make him come to my rescue. And then she was praying to Charles himself as she had never prayed before, and as she loved him, she felt that he would surely hear her. Save me, Charles. You are the only one who can save me from being burnt alive. Then, as she thought that she might try to escape, Marigold took a step forward. She had been standing with her back to the large hole in the wall where a part of one side of the mill had fallen away, but as Salvia was to believe later, her shoes had some oil on them that the two men were using to cover the remains of the mill so that it would burn down quickly. Marigold slipped and stuck her foot out in front of her. At the same time she fell backwards. She gave a loud scream that seemed to echo around the mill. Next, she fell straight through the broken wood of the mill, which broke off further as she did so. Then, as Salvia looked on with horrified eyes, there was a splash as her cousin fell into the river below. It was followed by several other smaller splashes as pieces of the mill fell about her. She screamed out, yelling for the men who should be, she thought, waiting down below. But there was no reply. Although she screamed and screamed over and over again, there was only the sound, as there had been before, of the water splashing against the rusty machinery of the old mill. The Viscount had set off at a fast pace, anxious to reach London as quickly as he possibly could. Yet he wondered, as he did so, just what could have happened that the Prince of Wales should send for him in such an unusual manner. He had, however, only travelled for a little over 2 miles from the hall. He was then aware that one of his horses was out of step with the others, and he pulled in the team rapidly. The groom, who had been sitting behind, hurried to the front to inspect them. It was the Viscount who saw at once that one of the horses had dropped a shoe, and it was undoubtedly making him lame. "There be no blacksmith near here, my lord," the groom informed him. "I know that," the Viscount replied. "It would be far quicker anyway to go back and change the horses. We must only be perhaps 2 or 3 miles from the hall." "A bit less than that, my lord," the groom said. "As you say, it'd be quicker to fasten up another team than to find a blacksmith." "We will go back slowly," the Viscount said. He thought as he did so that he would not go back through the village where the road was very hard, but he would return to the hall by the lanes on the other side of his estate. It would not take him any longer, and it would be easier for the horse that had lost its shoe. Driving slowly and carefully, he turned round, and by moving through several narrow lanes, approached the hall over a grass field. In doing so, he passed the field at the end of which lay the picturesque but dilapidated old mill that so many people often admired. To his surprise, he saw a smart carriage drawn by 2 horses at the gate of the field. He wondered who it belonged to. He supposed, as often happened, that someone was looking at the old mill, as it was undoubtedly one of the beauty spots of the county. Then he went past the wood, and beyond that the orchards. At last he came to the great gates of his own drive. When he then drove into the stable yard, the head groom was astonished to see him. "What's happened, my lord?" he asked, running to the side of the chaise. "Regent has cast a shoe," the Viscount said sharply. "Replace this team with one of the others as quickly as you can." "Oh, very good, my lord, but I'm real sorry to hear that Regent's lost a shoe. The blacksmith saw to him only 10 days ago, and told me there were no need for anything to be done to him." The Viscount was not listening to him, but walking towards the stable where his favourite horses were kept. It was extremely annoying, because the prince had wanted to see him so urgently that he should be late. At the same time, he should be in London early in the afternoon, and, with any luck, would be able to return home tonight, even if it was late. He had now reached the stable door while the head groom and 2 others were taking the chestnuts out from the chaise. It was then that the postman appeared, coming into the stables from the other direction. As the Viscount well knew, it was quicker to walk across the fields from the village post office than it was to walk further down the drive. The postman, whom he had known for some years, touched his forelock and said, "It be like the old days, my lord, coming here with a bag full of letters for you." The Viscount groaned. "That means I shall have to answer them," he said. "And I see you are bringing me the newspapers as you always used to, Tom." "It saves the boy coming up here as well as me," the postman replied. "As your lordship well knows, they be yesterday's, as it takes so long to get 'em here." The Viscount knew that this was so, and therefore he merely smiled and said, "Well, give me one of the newspapers to have a look at and see what has happened in the world, but leave the rest here. I hope to read them later on this evening." The postman pulled out the Morning Post from the other newspapers that were tied to his post-bag. The Viscount took it from him and said, "I hope that this load is not too heavy for you, now I'm back. I would miss you if you were not still here after all these years." "Me old legs can still get me to the hall," the old postman said cheerily. "And there's always something to talk about in the village when your lordship's back here in the country." The Viscount smiled, and the postman walked on to the back door of the hall. He glanced briefly at the first page of the Morning Post, and then opened it to see the headlines on the inside pages. When he did so, he stiffened at once, and then stared in astonishment. For a moment he thought that what he was reading could not be true. In large, bold print he read, "His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales receives a warm welcome in Paris." For a moment the Viscount thought that he could not be reading it correctly. Then, as he glanced lower down the page, it said that the Prince of Wales had arrived in Paris the previous day, and had been enthusiastically welcomed by a number of distinguished Frenchmen and government officials. The Viscount put down the newspaper and took his hands up to his forehead. He had thought it strange that the Prince of Wales had sent for him in such an abrupt manner. Now it was quite obvious, as he thought about it, that the message could not come from the Prince of Wales himself. Then, in some way that he did not understand, he knew that Salvia was calling for him. He could hear her voice quite distinctly, and yet he knew that what he was hearing was not a natural sound, but a cry for help. It seemed in a way he could not explain to touch his heart. Moving swiftly, he called the head groom over to him. "Saddle me, Apollo, and quickly." The head groom looked at him in surprise. "You're not going to London now, my lord?" "I have to find Miss Marlow," the Viscount said. "Which way did she go?" She went off towards the wood, my lord, the way your lordship usually goes when you leaves here." "Then please hurry, and saddle Apollo for me." The urgency in the Viscount's voice made the head groom work quicker than he usually did. The Viscount, without giving another glance to the chaise, rode swiftly off through the garden and then into the orchard. He just knew that he had to find Salvia, and quickly. He reached the wood. Although he rode along the mossy path that led to it at an unusually fast pace, there was no sign of Salvia. Yet, although he tried to pooh-pooh the idea, he could still feel her calling for him, and she was becoming more and more desperate. He knew that he had to reach her, but why he had no idea. He only knew that she needed him, and he must go to her as quickly as he possibly could. The wood now came to an end, and there was still no sign of Salvia. Then, as he turned into the field beyond the wood, he saw to his surprise 2 men running across it. They were not his men, nor anyone he had seen before. Then he remembered a smart closed carriage which had been standing outside the gate by the mill when he had passed it on his way back to the stables. The carriage was still there, and he supposed that the men, although they did not seem well dressed, nor were they in any livery, belonged to it. As he rode a little further on into the field, he saw Moonlight contentedly eating the grass near to the mill. He wondered where Salvia was, and thought that she must be somewhere in the mill itself, although he had told her on no account to enter it. He galloped his horse across the field towards it. Drawing up outside the mill, he saw, as Salvia had, the battered old pram. He thought, too, that it must have contained children who were now playing in the mill against all the rules and regulations. He dismounted and tied Apollo's bridle to the fence and pulled open the gate. As he did so, he saw to his surprise that there were 2 tins of what looked like oil thrown on the ground, also 2 large paintbrushes. What the hell is going on? He asked himself as he walked in through the door at the end of the mill. Then he called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" He thought that perhaps the two men running away might be connected with the oil and the paintbrushes. And then, to his great astonishment, he heard a voice reply, "Charles? Charles, is it you?" He quickly walked up the stairs, knowing as he did so that for some reason he could not understand, there was oil on them. It was then, as he reached the top of them, that he saw Salvia with her arms tied tightly to the side of a broken window frame. "What has happened? Why are you here?" he asked her anxiously. As she saw him, she gave a cry. "Oh, Charles, Charles, I have been praying that you would come to me. Save me, oh please, save me." "What the devil is going on?" he demanded as he walked across the floor towards her. He knew that he was on dangerous ground, and at any moment the floor might give way. "You have come," Salvia murmured. "You heard me praying to God that you would come and rescue me." He looked down at her and then started to undo the rope that attached her to the window frame. "What on earth has happened? How did you get here? Who tied you up?" The words seemed to tumble out of his mouth. For the moment, because she was so relieved and happy that he was there, Salvia closed her eyes and found it impossible to answer him. When he untied her arms and they fell to her sides, the Viscount pulled his arms round her as if he was frightened that she might fall to the ground. For a moment she leant against him. Then he said, "Who did this to you, Salvia? Who dared to tie you up in such a ghastly manner?" "You came. Oh, you came. I thought I was going to die." The words were hardly audible, yet he could just hear them. Then, as if he could not help himself, his lips came down on hers. It was a kiss that somehow neither of them had expected. It was a kiss that seemed to come from the very depths of their hearts. To Salvia, it was as if she was suddenly taken out of hell and put into heaven. The Viscount drew her closer into his arms. When he could speak, he was able to ask her, "What has happened, my darling? Who has done this to you?" "I will tell you," Salvia answered, "but we must get away, in case they set fire to the oil." "So that is what they intended to do," the Viscount exclaimed. "I saw two men running away, and wondered why." "It is because Marigold has fallen into the river," Silver told him almost in a whisper. The Viscount stared at her. "Marigold? In the river? What are you saying?" "It was Marigold who tied me up, and who has put oil all over the mill so that it will burn quickly. We must get out, in case it is already burning." It was difficult for Salvia to speak coherently, yet the Viscount understood. He pulled her gently towards the steps. But, because they were so narrow, she had to go down them alone. He followed her closely. When they reached the bottom of the steps, he put his arms round her again. "There is nothing on fire yet," he said, "as they have thrown down their tins of oil and were running away when I saw them. I think that no damage has been or will be done." "But I think Marigold is drowning," Salvia said. "She slipped and fell into the water, and so I shouted to those men to save her." He stared at her as if he could hardly understand what was happening. Then Salvia said, "She wanted to kill me, because she thought that I had taken you from her." "She fell into the river?" Salvia nodded her head. "As she fell against the broken wall, it gave way and she went into the water. I heard the splash and called for the men, but they did not come." "They must have seen her fall and then run away," the Viscount exclaimed. He looked towards the river and said, "She will be a long way down the river by now, and unless she can swim very well, she will almost certainly be drowned." "She hated the water," Salvia said. and would never swim with me." "Then, by now she will be a long way away," the Viscount said, "and the best thing we can do is to leave her to be found, which undoubtedly will be sooner or later. It is best if her death is not connected with us, or for that matter, the Hall." He was speaking slowly and carefully. At the same time, he was shocked and horrified at the mere idea of Marigold wanting to kill anyone so frail and sweet as Salvia. "You have been through enough," he said quietly. "I am now taking you home, and then we will see to all this later. Why did you ever go into the mill?" "I thought, as there was an old pram outside, that there might be children playing in it." "So you went to save them, and then those devils tied you up?" the Viscount quizzed her. "It was all because Marigold wanted to be rid of me," Salvia whispered. "Although I promised to go away and never see you again, she was going to set the whole mill on fire and burn me to death." "It would have burnt to a cinder," he said, speaking to himself rather than to Salvia. Taking his arms from round her, he said, "Now wait one moment, while I dispense with any signs of what would have been an appalling and wicked crime." Without waiting for her to answer, he picked up the tins of oil and threw them into the river, followed by the paintbrushes. Salvia watched him, holding on to the side of the fence where the horses were tied. Then, as the Viscount turned to come back to her, she thought, "I love him. I love him. Now when he does send me away, I will have his wonderful kiss to remember." The Viscount came to her side. "I did hear you, calling me, very distinctly," he said, "and that is something you must always do, but in future I will never leave you." He did not wait for her reply, but kissed her again. As he felt her trembling in his arms, he said, "I think it is time we all woke up to reality. The sooner we get married, the better." "Married?" Salvia whispered. "But you said that you would never marry anyone." "That was long before I met you, and I have every intention of marrying you, my darling Salvia, as quickly as possible. Then, before there is a hue and cry because your cousin is missing, we shall be sailing away in the Mermaid on our honeymoon." "I am dreaming. I just know that I'm dreaming," Salvia sighed. Then the Viscount was kissing her again. After a while, he picked her up and put her into the saddle of Moonlight. Then he mounted his own horse. As he did so, he looked down the field. The carriage that had been waiting beyond the gates had gone. He knew that the men who had been paid to take part in what would have been a really appalling murder had gone with it. He drew up beside Salvia. "I cannot believe this is true," she said. "You came to me when I somehow knew that you were the only person who could save me." "This should never have happened," the Viscount said sharply. "And, my darling, it will never happen to you again. So let's both forget it, and no one, and I mean no one, must ever find out what happened to you in the old mill." Salvia shuddered. "I think now that the Duke must have recovered completely," she said, "and that is why Marigold wanted to marry you so desperately." "There is only one person I intend to marry," the Viscount told her, "and that is you, my precious one. We are going to be married tonight in my private chapel, and tomorrow we will leave London, and the Mermaid will then take us abroad. Whatever does or does not happen, or whatever is found or not found, and perhaps there will be no explanation as to what has happened to Marigold, we will not be here to take part in it." Salvia just looked at him and smiled. She knew that he loved her, and she loved him, and nothing else in the whole world mattered When they came back to the hall, Armstrong was waiting for them with surprise. "I thought your ladyship would be in London by this time," he said. "I learnt it was all a mistake," the Viscount replied, "and His Royal Highness is actually in Paris. At the same time, Miss Marlow and I are going to London this evening, so please arrange for my fastest team to be ready for us at 2:30, and I want you to go and bring the vicar to me immediately." Armstrong looked surprised, but he was too well trained to ask any questions. He merely carried out the Viscount's orders. Still feeling as if she was in a dream, Salvia went upstairs to instruct her lady's maid to pack everything she possessed as quickly as possible. She took out one dress because it was white. Although she wanted to look really beautiful for the Viscount, Salvia knew it would be a mistake to spend too much time changing her dress. She must travel in what she was wearing when they were married. As if the Viscount understood what she was feeling, he then sent for the head gardener and had every available flower taken into the chapel. When the vicar duly arrived at the hall, he was delighted to find that he was to perform such an important ceremony, even though it was a secret one and no one was to know about it until the following day, when the married couple would be at sea. He was a very tactful man who asked no questions as to why they were in such a hurry. He only inquired who were to be the witnesses at their wedding. It was, of course, Armstrong and his wife, and they were overjoyed at being chosen. "I don't want you to talk about it until we are well out of reach," the Viscount said. "You will understand that it is important for you to take this letter immediately to my grandmother." "Now don't you worry yourself, Master Charles," Armstrong said. "I've known you since you were a small boy, and you've always had your head screwed on right. If you ask me, it's the best thing you've done in your life to marry Miss Salvia. A lovely lady she be from the top of her head to the soles of her feet." "You are quite right," the Viscount agreed, "and I am going to be very, very happy." They had a very early luncheon. They then went to the chapel where the vicar was waiting for them in his white vestments. Salvia was thrilled with the flowers, which scented the air. They made the ancient chapel look as if it was a glimpse of heaven. When the vicar performed the marriage ceremony with the deepest sincerity that was very moving, he knew that Salvia loved the Viscount, whom he had christened and also prepared for his confirmation. When he blessed them at the end of the service, Salvia was absolutely certain that God had already blessed her when she had been saved from being burnt to death, and that Charles loved her as she loved him. "I love him," she thought. "I will spend the rest of my life on earth, making him the happiest man in the whole wide world." When they drove away, with their luggage piled in the chaise behind them, everyone in the household waved them goodbye. The housemaids threw hundreds of rose petals into the chaise before it moved off. As they went down the drive, Salvia moved a little closer to the Viscount and said, "I know I am going to wake up and find that this is just a marvellous dream. Neither of us is never going to wake up, and this marvellous dream is going to go on and on until the end of our lives," Charles replied. "I love you, darling, more than I ever knew I was capable of feeling about anyone. I will tell you more about it when we reach the yacht." "I love you, and I adore you, my darling Charles," Salvia whispered. She felt that there were no more words that could possibly express her feelings. They reached the Mermaid. As the Viscount had already sent a groom ahead to tell the captain that they wanted to be put to sea at once, they moved out into the Thames as soon as they had been piped aboard. It was Armstrong who had thought that they should have flowers in the cabin. He had arranged for those in the chapel to be piled into the chaise while they were having luncheon. The master cabin, which Salvia had admired when she had first gone aboard the Mermaid, looked very lovely when she entered it. She thought that it looked even lovelier when, after dinner, it was lit by one small candle by the bed. The large clusters of flowers seemed to loom out of the shadows like fairies. As she waited for Charles, feeling that her whole being was quivering with love for him, she knew that, by some miracle, God had found her the man who was the other half of herself. Together, they would both not only be complete and tremendously happy, but would bring happiness to a great number of others who believed in them and who needed their help and understanding. "Please, God, I must give him an heir," she prayed. "I would like not only the one child, as I was, but a great number of them, so that the hall will always be filled with the laughter and happiness of children." It was a prayer that came from the very depths of her heart. As the door then opened and Charles came into the cabin, it was impossible to think of anything but him. He climbed into the bed beside her, and she put out her arms. "I have been thanking God with all my heart that we have found each other, and that you love me," she said. "You do love me, Charles?" "I love you as I have never thought it possible to love anyone," he answered. "You are mine, and I promise you, my darling Salvia, I will never lose you." "I am sure that is true, and we have been together in other lives, and we will go on into the future," Salvia said. "And when we die, we will go on finding each other, again and again. We are going to live for a very long time before we die," he sighed. "And together we will do all the things we need to that make us happy, and those who rely on us to be happy too." He was thinking as he spoke how pleased his father would be that he had married someone so beautiful and as unspoilt as Salvia. He felt that the letter he had written to his beloved grandmother would both thrill and delight her. Then he knew that nothing mattered at the moment, except that Salvia was in his arms. What he felt for her was what he had never felt in the whole of his life for any other woman. "I love you. I worship you," he murmured as his lips sought hers. As he felt a tremor go through her, he knew that this was what he had always wanted, but had thought it was impossible to find. "You are mine, my very precious darling," he said. "Mine, completely and absolutely. No one will ever take you away from me." "That is all I could ever want," she whispered. "To be your wife, and to make you happy, as you have made me." Then he was kissing her, at first gently and softly, and then passionately and demandingly. When finally he made her his, he felt that he carried her up into the sky where he himself was flying too. Their union was blessed by God, who had brought them together. The love they had for each other came from God and was part of God. Then Charles and Salvia both knew that together they had found a heaven that would always be theirs, not only in this world, but for all eternity. The Viscount's Revenge. Written by Barbara Cartland.